Ready? All right, let's try this again. Good morning and welcome to the January 2025 Mineland Reclamation Board meeting on this Wednesday, January 15th. This is a public meeting, a hybrid. We have some of the board online with us today, and the rest of us are here. We're going to do a little switch around in agenda, so we'll start with the roll call. And then we'll go into item number 5, the enforcement hearing. So first things first, roll call. Bill Baker.
Here.
Karn Stegelmeyer.
Present.
Matthew Redmond.
Here.
Doug Orman.
Here.
Nell Warren.
Here.
Tim Mock.
Present.
And last, I am Jill Nelson and the chair for today's meeting. So. All right, so let's move into, for time constraints, we have a continuation of item number 5, which is the enforcement hearing for file number M 2024-006. The Ogle, okay, whatever, River Farm permit. What we will do, this is a continuation from last month. What I'd like to suggest is that we have 20 minutes for the division to present, and then 10 minutes for each of the applicant and for Mrs. Smith. And then the board will get into questions, and we'll try to keep this thing going. We have some commitments to keep a quorum for people that need to leave this morning. So let's be mindful of being as concise but yet thorough as we can be for this. So first, everyone who's going to be involved today, please raise your hand and swear to tell the truth.
Yes.
All right, those, and anybody on the screen, Nell and Matthew, can hear us okay? All right, very good. So at this point in time, we will turn this matter over to the staff.
Thank you very much. Jeff Fugate here on behalf of the division. I'm just going to do a quick kind of intro before Brock and Zach take over the actual presentation here. First off, I want to thank everybody for kind of accommodating schedules, changing schedules so we can maintain a quorum from the December hearing so that we didn't have to kind of restart this entire hearing. So our plan today is really to provide an update to the board. Obviously, last month, our role as staff to the board in this permit application, we fell a little short. We didn't provide the information that you all were needing in terms of descriptions from the permit itself or documents, supporting documents to the permit to put you in a position where you were comfortable making a decision. That's going to be our focus today with our update is taking the information that we received from the board at the tail end of the December hearing and updating with focus on the application generally, as opposed to our focus last month, which was on the objections raised by Mrs. Smith. So with that, I will note that we did provide a board packet with some additional information. I didn't realize that the December board packet was going to be part of the January board packet. So my apologies for the duplication. There was probably 150 or so pages that were duplicated between the two packets. We were trying to make sure that all of the information that was relevant from December was also included in January. In that packet, there are also quite a few documents that we don't plan on specifically addressing today, but they're in there to assist with questions or because it was additional information that the board asked for. Examples of that are, we've got comment letters from Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We've got copies of the adjacent landowner map and the 12 green cards that were sent to those adjacent landowners. It's my understanding the applicant will spend some time on that process as well. But I just wanted to flag those, that those did exist in the permit. We just wanted to bring those to your attention specifically. So as I said, our focus today is really going to be on the permit application itself. So the board is aware of if they were to follow staff's recommendation to approve, you have an understanding of exactly what it is that you are approving as that relates to the phased mining, phased bonding, this concept of a slurry wall and how it applies here, the structure agreement and what that process is specific to Mrs. Smith's home, her propane tank, her shed, and the right-of-way driveway. And to clarify, the driveway is a separate right-of-way from the mine access road that's located in the northeast portion of this property. We're utilizing better maps this time to hopefully provide some fuller explanation or clarity on the permit boundary, which in this mine is the same as the affected land boundary, but we'll go into a discussion on what we're kind of flagging as mined and unmined areas of that permit boundary. And then with whatever time we have left, obviously, we'll spend time on the structured stability agreements as it relates to the road, and any other questions that the board has. So please interrupt us with questions if we're not providing the clear information or answers that you're seeking. Please interrupt us so we can provide those to you with our 20 minutes. Some of your questions we may defer to the applicant. If there are questions about kind of day-to-day, week-to-week, or what the mine plan looks like as it plays out, those are things that are probably better answered by the applicant. I'm thinking of the driveway itself and Ms. Smith's use of that driveway during the time that this mine is being operated. So that's all the notes that I wanted to hit on at this point. So I will hand it over to Brock for our presentation.
Good morning, Brock Bowles with DRMS, and I'm the lead specialist for this project, the Ogilvy River Project file number N2024006. So just a very quick overview to just reset the settings so everybody just becomes familiar with the site again. The red line that you see going around the whole project site, that is the permit boundary. The blue line is the proposed slurry wall location. The site access here is in the northeast corner of the permit boundary. Everybody see that cursor okay? The pointers that showed up? All right. The dewatering trench will be within the slurry wall structure. The purpose of the dewatering trench, again, is to collect the water that was captured inside the slurry wall so it can be pumped out and returned back to the South Platte River. The processing area and the sediment pond, those two things are will be together at all times. The sediment pond is used to store and clean the water that is used for the processing area because they use water as part of their wash plant process. So those two things go together. You'll notice that on just this map, they're here on the west side of the pit area. This facilities area will move around the pit area just as the mine advances because they can't mine underneath the facilities area. So this is not the only location it will be. It will move as mining advances. However, mining will always advance from west to east. So that the digging part will always advance west to east, but they might have to move that facilities to just accommodate the mining operation. The topsoil pile is outlined by this black polygon right here. And this long black polygon is the overburden stockpile. This stockpile was put here to act as a shield between the facilities and the mine working area and Mrs. Smith's residence, which is right here. And this is the 400-foot mining setback from the South Platte River. That's why that little corner was cut off there. Okay. The first area that I'd like to just clarify here is affected areas. That was one of the questions we had last time. So again, the permit area is outlined in red. It goes around the whole project area, 71.91 acres. The green area is the mined area, 55.56 acres. And you can see that goes right through here. And then this yellow area down here on the bottom is the unmined area. So affected area was a question that was asked last time. The whole permit area, the red line, is considered affected area. The reason we have to call this area down here, this unmined yellow area, no mining is going to happen there, but we technically, by the definition of affected area, we have to call it affected because when they start dewatering the pit area, after they get the slurry wall, they start dewatering the pit, the water line for the discharge will go underneath Mrs. Smith's road through one of the existing culverts, and the discharge point has to stay within the permit area And the discharge point will be down here somewhere where the cursor is. We don't know the exact location until CDPHE issues their discharge permit location. But technically, by the rules, when you even just lay that discharge pipe across the ground, doesn't even have to just like be dug into the ground, but just lay it across the ground and create that discharge point, which probably have like a small weir structure for just measuring water flow. Those items are considered mine-related objects, so they have to be within the affected area. So that's why all is considered affected. Now, the assurances that the board was looking for is, how do we know that the mine operations are not going to affect Mrs. Smith's Road or that area down below there? You've got two things. You can see this line where the yellow and the green line meet right here. There will be a fence put in along the right-of-way road. The construction of the fence and the signage, the operator could speak more to what that fence construction will look like. But they've committed to putting a fence between the mined and the unmined area. The other tool that we have is that this green area is all bonded. That's the disturbance that we count when we do our bond calculation. If the mine operator ever goes outside that line and disturbs something like in this yellow unmined area, they've now disturbed areas that they're not bonded for, and we can take enforcement action on that. So that's an assurance that the mine will not go that way. So with that tool and along with the fence, Mrs. Smith's right of way is protected from any mining activity.
The other thing I want to note on that, again, Jeff Hugate for the division, this is consistent with the mining plan and the reclamation plan in the permit. The mined area is what kind of constitutes the plan that was put together in the application. So if there's mining that takes place in that unmined area, that yellow box, they are outside of their mining plan, and the reclamation plan that doesn't cover that type of disturbance. So that's the extra kind of safeguard or backstop to ensure that that unmined area, at least right now, if this permit is approved, remains unmined.
Mine entrance in the right-of-way access road was another question. So here's their mining map. You can see that this red, orange highlighted area, this is the mine entrance in the northeast corner. This is where all mine vehicular traffic will be using this access. And Mrs. Smith's right-of-way is the highlighted in blue down here, and that will be exclusively for Mrs. Smith's use down there. No mine traffic or mine-related traffic will be using Mrs. Smith's Road.
To provide a little bit more context here that I think was lost last month, the original application didn't include the mine road in the northeast corner. That was something that was worked through between the applicant and Ms. Smith and their attorneys. Some of the emails that were included in the board packet, that was some of the discussion contained in those emails. The division was not, unless Brock can testify, we weren't involved in the details of those discussions, other than to make sure that the permit reflected that was an accommodation being made, was a separate mine access road, so that the easement or driveway was not being used for mining equipment.
Phase mining overview. Okay, one of the things that was a little confusing last time was the naming of the phases. This is the way it is labeled in the application. Phase 1A is actually step 1. I'm going to use that phrase for this step 1 to just clarify any mix-ups. So during this phase 1A step 1, they're permitted to mine down to 8 feet below the surface level. And this 8 feet keeps the mining operation 24 inches above the seasonal high water level. They do not have the permits yet to get into an exposed groundwater. So this first phase is just to mine down to 8 feet. The pit walls will be mined no steeper than 2 to 1, and a maximum of 1,500 feet of pit walls mined at 2 to 1 will be allowed. That 1,500 feet of pit walls allows the mine to do their work, but not having them do reclamation anything more on any pit wall that's more than 1,500 feet, they have to do reclamation on. This ensures that they're doing contemporaneous reclamation, that it's just not going to be a big open pit at one time. As the mine advances, they'll be doing contemporaneous reclamation behind them. And this bond is set at $163,800. And again, this is for phase 1A, the step one of this process. Now, phase one, this was one of the confusing parts, but this is now the second step of the phase mining process. The operator will obtain all necessary permits required to install a slurry wall structure. And those permits include a well permit and a substitute water supply plan that will be issued by the Division of Water Resources. And they also need to have a NPDES discharge permit, which should be issued by the Colorado Public Health and Environment. The operator will submit a technical revision to DRMS with all necessary permits. The reclamation cost estimate will also be adjusted to account for the installation of the slurry wall. So one of the questions that did come up last time was asking exactly what are we approving in this permit? We are approving everything. We're approving all the studies, the mining plan, and the reclamation plan, with the caveat that these permits have to be approved and obtained from the operator before they can install the slurry wall. But once these permits are obtained and the technical revision is submitted and approved, they move on to the step 2 of this process because it's already been approved in the permit.
Brock, just to make sure we're completely understanding that. So there's 3 major permits they have to get: the well permit, the discharge permit, and the technical revision approved before they can install that slurry wall.
Then if you count the technical revision as a part of the permit, then that would be 4, because there's a well permit from DWR. There's also a substitute water supply plan and a discharge permit and the technical revision. So that would be, if you count the technical revision as part a permit process, then that would be 4.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. I'm just going to give a very quick slurry wall overview as to what they are, what do they look like, and roughly how do they operate. So a slurry wall is a subterranean barrier wall. It's a low permeability wall that just restricts the flow of water in the groundwater. So if you think about it from an underground point of view, it's just separating different bodies of groundwater underground. That's its purpose. How they make one is they use an excavator and they dig a trench, essentially. The trench digs all the way down to bedrock, into the bedrock a little bit so they can key in this slurry wall. The excavated material is deposited next to the trench, where it is now mixed with some bentonite. And so they take that native soil and bentonite mixture and they just backfill it in the trench that it just came out of. And this process, as they're moving along the process, as they're just digging out on the front side, they're backfilling on the back side of the pit. So it's a very kind of short compared to the size of the site. Here you can see in this diagram, they're talking, it's only about 1,000 feet long, but it's just a very quick process that just moves along as they advance the installation of the slurry wall. This is what it looks like from the surface. This is the Tucson South Reservoir. It's a permitted site with DRMS. This site is about 15 miles southwest of the Oglebay River site, again on the South Platte River in Adams County. You can see here's the excavator with that extra long arm to dig down, to get down to bedrock. We've got a special bucket here for digging into that bedrock a little bit. The material is just dug out, put off to the side over here. These bags that you see staged, that's the bentonite that will be mixed with the native soil. And then just off to the picture to the right here, was not captured, is just a bulldozer mixing the native soil with the bentonite, and it is just pushing it back into the backside of the trench. It's a little hard to see in this picture, but you can see over here that the trench is filled with water. That water is actually a slurry mixture. They mix some bentonite with some water, and it kind of creates like thick water, light mud kind of fluid. The purpose of that fluid is to create some positive pressure in the trench to hold the trench walls in place so the trench walls don't collapse while they're making this structure. And you can see right in front here, there's a pipe. Pipe's not running at the moment, but that's how the slurry is put into the trench. The other thing I do want to point out is here that a berm here. This is a berm that could just control any impacts off-site, just keeps all the disturbance into the mine area. Just like a berm like this, and specifically will be in front of Mrs. Smith's residence to protect her property line and permit boundary from any disturbance. All this other disturbance that you see off to the side over here will all be within the permit boundary. Once the construction of the slurry wall is complete, this is a diagram cutaway showing you actually what it looks like. So you can see that the black line here is the structure and how it's keyed into the lower bedrock here, and how the slurry wall goes all the way around the pit on all sides, so that all the water that was contained in that slurry wall is now completely captured and cut off from the surrounding groundwater. That's when the operator can now start mining down, and they use a series of this is the trench. You can see here, this collects all the water from inside the slurry wall, and it is all pumped out to a series of pipes back to the South Platte River. You can also see this example. There's the exterior outside the slurry wall. Here's the groundwater level, and inside the water level can drop, and without concern that the water outside can infiltrate back into and fill up this pond again. So that's the whole purpose of this barrier. One of the things that was brought up was about leaks that happen in a slurry wall. What do they look like? How do leaks happen?
We've got like 30 seconds. Unless you want to.
Okay. So the leaks in a slurry wall are very, very slow. DWR does a leak test. It's a 90-day leak test, and it takes 90 days for a leak to express itself. That's how slow the water moves here. And leaks are more like a saturation event more than it is like a spurting, like what we might consider think of a leak to look like. This is more of a saturation issue. And also, okay, here's what a slurry wall looks like after it's reclaimed. The blue line represents the slurry wall under the ground. They just cover it with a little bit of soil, reseed it, and mark it with some markers so they just know where the slurry wall is underground.
Before we move on to this next one, again, I just want to clarify this slurry wall, should the board follow staff's recommendation to approve, this is being approved in this permit application. So there's not a separate process for any review or approval of the slurry wall. It's part of this application. And
Right-of-way access road stability was another quick issue. SS6 is the cross section. Here is the results. You can see it's case SS6. Factor of safety of 1.92 was calculated. And this is just an up close view. The mining setback from the road is 35 feet. And also there's a water pipeline and power lines, which have also been accounted for in this stability analysis.
so for this, the division's role when we're looking at stability to structures, and we do consider a road, a driveway, an easement to be a structure that's subject to our regulations. Either the applicant can secure an agreement with the landowner. In this instance, that did not happen. So we're using the stability review and analysis to show that this mining will not impact the structure in a stability perspective. I know the board was was also interested in kind of the safety for use of the road for Mrs. Smith. And that's something, again, kind of getting into the day-to-day, week-to-week operations that the applicant's going to be in a better position to explain why use of that road is also going to remain safe. But staff's conclusion is the mine's not going to negatively impact the structure or stability of this road.
And the last item is landowner, adjacent landowner notifications. Here is the map, a little hard to read, a lot of details, but the idea here is you can see these letters identifying the landowner here. Here's B, C. These identify the landowners are listed in this table right here and their addresses. And here's all the green cards identifying those landowners.
As part of the applicant's packet, they also included copies of the green cards. They also included some of the actual structure agreements that were provided and returned. Again, they're in a better position to outline to the board if you're interested on the nature of their notifications, and that they did receive structure agreements from, I believe, all of their adjacent landowners except for Mrs. Smith. So those are the high points. We tried as best we could in 20 minutes to cover and bring some clarity to the questions we received last month. We're available for whatever questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Questions from the board?
Madam Chair, I have a few questions.
Yeah.
Slide 6, you showed, so at slide 5, you showed the green and yellow permit areas, but then on the right of way, you didn't show where that driveway is, whether my guess is it's in the yellow.
It is. The right-of-way road is in the unmined area. They will install a fence on the north side of Mrs. Smith's road, which will be the boundary between the mine and the unmined area. So,
And you defined it as affected land and not affected land, even though the permit area had to go all the way around. But is it active? Is it considered active, whether it be from an MSHA? I mean, does she need to put a hard hat on when she gets out of her vehicle to look at a rock in the driveway?
Again, from the division's review, the driveway, all of that area that's within the yellow that we've tagged as kind of unmined area, it is affected land under our regulatory definitions. It's not going to be actively mined. Again, kind of the week-to-week impacts on that road. I think the applicant's probably in the best position to explain, how Ms. Smith will be able to safely use her road. Again, as Brock explained, the mining is occurring west to east. And so there's not going to be, active activity adjacent to the road for the entirety of the 5.5-year life of this permit. There will be a period where they are mining, creating the slope and the wall adjacent to that road, but it's not going to be the entirety of the 5.5 years.
I understand that, but you have your own inspectors in this room, and they come up to a very large mine site that I work at and tell me at any point, do you get out of your vehicle, whether there's active mining going on or not, when you're within a permit boundary without a hard hat on?
Normally during active mining operations, when we're within the activity area at the discretion of the operator, yes, we try to abide by their standards and MSHA standards. We don't know, I don't personally know the exact requirements in terms of what MSHA requires, but there will be a clear delineation between what is going to be mined and not mined, as Brock kind of discussed with that fencing. So hopefully that is clear enough in terms of where the activity will be.
And I think the applicant can explain how they're going to ensure that road is safe for Ms. Smith to use during the duration of this mining operation.
Okay, I'll ask the same question of the applicant. Slide 8, I assume you mean 1,500 linear feet.
Yes.
And approximately how long, I believe the applicant answered this question last time a bit, but sort of phase 1A, once this gets approved, phase then 1, which is really step 2, is somewhat concurrent. Let's say we approve this today, they know what phase one looks like, where they know what phase 1A looks like. They're already concurrently working with the other entities and stuff to get those permits. But essentially, if they started mining down, do we know approximately like how long that getting down to 8 feet period is? If the life of mine is 5.5 years, we're talking 8 months of work before we get into phase one. I can save that for the applicant if you'd like.
Yeah, I think that's more of a,
Okay.
an applicant question because it'll be how they're approaching, when do they apply for their permits and where are they at in the permitting
Sure.
process and all that stuff. So that would be
I'm,
there.
I'm referencing slide 9 on that question, just for your notes. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one quick question, if I may.
Yes, please.
I think the final disposition is water storage, if that's correct. And the slurry wall is a barrier both directions. And I'm wondering how it works, if they're allowed to store water above the adjacent water level and groundwater level. I guess my question is if they are allowed to store water inside the slurry wall at a higher level, it would be some concern that it could cause structural problems or whatever surrounding the slurry wall if it were to leak afterwards. Am I thinking the right way, or what's the answer to the long-term situation?
Zach here with DRMS, and for the board's information, I'm an engineer here with the division with a geotechnical emphasis. So if they do decide to store water within the slurry wall structure, there will essentially be a net basically balance between the pressures of the wall and the water inside. So it'll essentially be actually a more stable situation with water inside the slurry or inside the slurry wall containment area. Not to say that it isn't stable when it's being mined, but overall, the water will essentially act as a pressure that will act against everything else, creating kind of a net zero total kind of force, equating to stability overall.
So that's sort of my question. That depends on what level they're allowed to store water at. If it's the same as the surrounding groundwater level, or roughly the same, then that what you just said is true. If it's a lot greater than, or if it goes to the top, or that's what I'm asking. If they are allowed to store water at a higher level inside the slurry wall than they are in the surrounding groundwater, is that a problem, or is that controlled anywhere, or is that anywhere in this part of the permit that they would, what the final level, the water holding capacity inside the slurry wall would be?
Yeah, so the water inside the slurry wall, and again, maybe I am not being clear, so I'll try to help with that a little bit. But so it's kind of a force against force, right? You have a force wanting to push in and a force wanting to push out. So even if the water level is above, let's just say, natural groundwater levels, you are still having a force pushed upon the embankment of the soil at ground level, which will again kind of create essentially like two forces coming together to just kind of equal stability, or a more stable situation. So whether it's above or below current groundwater levels, the idea is that the pond will be actually stable. With the pressures going back and forth between, I guess, the wall as well as the water, essentially.
So the wall is keeping things in and out both. I mean, it's.
Well, the
it's
slurry wall will
constructed for two
the slurry wall will contain the groundwater outside of the slurry wall. So when you're looking at kind of from an engineering or a force accumulation of what's being applied versus what's being resisted, the actual water will act as a resistant force to help keep everything up in addition. And as you can see from our presentation, even in an unmined state, which is technically when the slope will be at its weakest point, is still well above or exceeds our minimum requirements of stability. So with the inclusion of the water, you're going to have an extra resistant forces up against that slope, which will actually increase stability of that slope.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
If I might, this is Russ Means for the division. All of the slurry walls and basins and stuff that we approved and stuff for these kind of storage units and stuff, in general, they all store water and stuff above what's the natural groundwater. So it's not a new concept and stuff, if you will, and stuff of that, but it is something and stuff that is the common practice and stuff with these types of basins is that they hold amount of water and stuff that they've calculated out for the water rights. And I can't think of any case and stuff where the water level and stuff and that is at the same level as the groundwater and stuff in general and stuff and that they're all above what the natural groundwater level would be. So that's a normal condition and stuff that we're talking about right now.
And what happens if, I mean, how is that monitored? If this slurry wall leaks over time and creates higher groundwater in Mrs. Smith's basement or whatever, I'm just asking because that's the long-term condition here. I'm pretty satisfied with some of the explanations about the mining or whatever, but the long-term situation is basically they'll be storing water at a higher level, only some amount of feet from her basement.
The Office of State Engineering.
Yeah, so that, all of that, again, Zach here with the RMS. So a lot of that is handled from the DWR permitting prospect. There is a certification process that these slurry walls do go through, which includes a leak test. So what they'll do is they basically will, once the slurry wall has cured and been fully constructed, there is a 90-day process in which they monitor the water data that either coming from the outside in, and if there is any detection, then that indicates a leak. Now, there was some concerns about what does a leak look like and how that might impact. Essentially, it's just going to be a slow-moving groundwater expression. And so if there is a leak that isn't ever repaired, what ends up eventually happening is just groundwaters end up rising within the structure back to pre-mining levels, essentially. So it's kind of just a slow-moving migration of groundwater that will eventually go to essentially pre-mined, pre-slurry wall levels.
And I was going to say, during the period in which there is a DRMS reclamation permit in place, the division will work with Division of Water Resources, Office of State Engineer on some components of this slurry wall as a kind of related to water accounting. Once they have completed the mining process, they've completed reclamation and the DRMS permit is released, there is still oversight over the slurry wall, the leaks, the water accounting with the state engineer's office. And so obviously water is a valuable resource. If there is a leak, that's something that the applicant or the owner of that water rights wants to resolve quickly. They don't want to lose their water to groundwater through a slow moving leak if it can be easily identified and repaired. So there is continuing inspection, monitoring, water accounting of this facility after the DRMS permit is released.
Fair enough.
Be an overflow device on this component as well, or?
Again, that'll be handled by the DWR. They have their own set requirements. I'm not privy to those. The applicant may have a little more information regarding that aspect.
Mr. Redmond, any other questions or? Board, any other comments for the staff at this point? All right, thank you very much. We appreciate the clarifications. If we could hear from the applicant. And we'll give you 10 minutes as a goal and 15 minutes absolute.
Everyone want to open? So then we're going to go to Zoom. Folks, you can share the green. Yep. Which screen is it? Is that here? Which screen here?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm JC York with J&T Consulting, representing Ogilvy River Farm LLC for the Ogilvy River Farm pit. Just want to go through a few things here and then hopefully get to some answers on some of the questions that were posed to the staff there. Wanted to go through the notification process and what we did that we believe we met the rules and regulations and the act. I'll go through this briefly, but basically the notification, we did hand deliver application packets to Weld County Board of County Commissioners, the Soil Conservation District, and also provided sign posting. These are those items, and they're in your board packet. Posting of the sign. The entire application was provided at the clerk to the board to be available for public. And then we did start our newspaper ads once we knew DRMS had deemed the application complete. Sorry. That's to the Weld County Commissioners emails from Brock and I, just stating that it was deemed complete. Then our notice or our ad that we emailed to the Greeley Tribune and then published it 4 times, with the last being April 19th, 2024. This is the affidavit from the paper. Again, the certified mail to all the landowners. And then a letter explaining why we were sending that public notification to them. Public notice, a map, and there's several of these, 12 of them to the landowners and the mineral owner, lessee. Sorry, just trying to get through all of them here in the packet. Then we did receive return receipts on 8 of those. Then we did tracking. This is for Smith, that it was delivered. More tracking on the other ones that we didn't get the actual cards back. Then going into the slope stability on the man-made structures, we provided structure agreements to the 12 landowners and mineral lessees. And then there were 2 agreements that were for other utilities and landowners. These are the receipts that were sent out to them. And then we had some that were delivered to the Ogilvy ditch by email, and we talked to their engineer, as well as Petroleum Development Corporation. We did get 2 signed back from the Bakers and also CLA Trust. And then we provided Mrs. Smith, we mailed one to her, and then we also emailed it to her again on January 2nd, and then provided another hard copy when we met with her on January 8th here recently. And then that had the mining plan, reclamation plan, and also the slope stability case maps. On the stability analysis, these are just blow-ups of the analysis near her home with the loading on the building, and then also a loading of a loaded haul truck behind the slurry wall. We met the required factors of safety with our setbacks there, so we believe everything is safe, meeting those setbacks, and there should be no issues with any damage to any structures. We also hope to get a signed structure agreement back from Mrs. Smith, as that'll help. If there are damages, there is things that can be done if there is damage to repair or provide compensation. I'm just going to scroll through the rest of these. This is on the road to her house, and that it is going to be separated from the mining area. There's a fence that'll be put in on the north side, as well as there's an existing fence on the south side. So it will not be part of an MSHA area. Active mining will be north. So she won't be required to have a hard hat or PPE in that area. Basically, there'll be signs stating that too when we do build the fence prior to mining.
Have you folks worked with MSHA and getting your ID number and all that other
Yes,
stuff going
yes.
already?
Yes.
Thank you.
These are the mining plan, reclamation plan that we provided some more detail on. This is, again, some more dimensions that you guys have in your packet as well, showing the distances from the buildings to the actual top of slope, to the overburden stockpile, to the slurry wall, and then also where the new proposed fence is going to go, because in this area, the property line and the fence line are not the same currently. The existing fence line is actually on Mrs. Smith's property. The new fence line will be actually on the property line. And we went through these same items, provided these same drawings, full-size drawings to Mrs. Smith at our meeting where we discussed it on January 8th.
Can you stop a minute? And it's hard for us to see that.
Sure.
Just explain that in a little bit more detail if you can use a cursor.
Sure. So this is the top slope. I don't know if you can see the,
Right click. Oh, this is
a PDF.
yeah, never mind.
So if I can zoom, I can zoom in.
Okay.
So you guys can see that better. So we have the mining limit that's labeled here. The slurry wall that's labeled here. The slurry wall is 15 feet set back from the top of slope. Then the top of slope is 45 feet from the fence line. And then the fence line would be 30 feet from the slurry wall. If you can see those dimensions there. These dimensions are to an outbuilding that's on Mrs. Smith's property. So that outbuilding will be 22 feet from the property line or proposed fence line there. Does that make sense? And then that's 52 feet from the proposed slurry wall and 67 feet from the proposed top of slope.
Thank you.
Then the same thing with the propane tank. We provided more dimensions there to that location, as well as to the outbuilding in between the large shop and the other outbuilding here. I'll try to zoom back out here and move over to the large outbuilding. If you can see that. Again, from the edge of the large outbuilding, or 52 feet from the building to the slurry wall. That building is 22 feet from the property line or the proposed fence line. And then it's 67 feet to the mining limit. This large black line up on the top is the toe of slope of the overburden pile that will be in place. I'll zoom back out here. I want to go to the next drawing here. This is just a blow up of the access to Mrs. Smith's property. So we have the proposed fence. If you can see my cursor, it's the line, dark line with the circles in it. That line will follow the actual access road and then tie into the property line. Then continue north to the south east corner of Mrs. Smith's property. Or sorry, northeast corner of Mrs. Smith's property, and then back to the west. So that the property line and the fence line, the proposed fence line, match. Then there's some dimensions that I'll get to here on the blow up of this. So from the edge of the existing access road to the slurry wall, it's 26 feet. From the edge of the existing access road to the proposed fence is 6 feet. From the edge of the existing access road to the mine top of slope is 41 feet. And then there's these existing culverts here that are shown on this map. Those are the two locations where the dewatering will go to. And I'll get to a slide here that shows that a little better too. But basically, we just wanted to provide more information here, and then you see the labels where we say PPE required north of the new fence, PPE required south of the existing overhead electric or fence line here on the south side of the access road, but it's not required in between those two areas.
And there'll be certain signage.
There will be. Yes.
Mandates for that.
Yep. Go to our next slide here. This is just another cross section to kind of show the distances again there. And I can zoom in a little more on those so you can see that a little better. So this is the cross section near the access road. So again, that 41 feet from the edge of access road to the top of the mining slope. Then this also kind of shows the slurry wall kind of work pad, the berm, the containment berm that you saw in some of those pictures. This is how it would be set up 10 feet from the existing access road. Then we'd have our fresh slurry pipe there, the slurry wall, the proposed road once mining's completed. And then this work pad where this area is going to be there prior to the slurry wall being constructed. And then we'll be mining, 8 foot deep on phase 1A, out here somewhere. This area would be left, slurry wall would be constructed, and then that area would be mined at a 2-to-1 slope down to bedrock once everything's completed with the slurry wall. I'll move on to, this is more of the final layout of when reclamation's completed, how things would work as far as a pipe to the river and a valve where the valve would regulate if they're pumping flow into the pit. Basically, it's going to come through this pipe, fill from the bottom up. And then vice versa, when they're pumping out, they would have a pump that basically ties into this line and be pumping out to the river. All this would be constructed with trenchless technology, boring or directional drilling underneath the road as to not cause any damage or any impact to Mrs. Smith's ingress and egress to her property. This is just the legal document of the access agreement or right-of-way agreement. There was some question on affected area, and when we talk about that, we're talking about the disturbed acreage, which adds up the 44.04 acres of mined area, access roads around the mined area, and then just disturbed land adjacent to the mining slopes north of the access. And then you have the undisturbed land south of the access, which is the 16.35 acres. Total permit acreage of 71.91 that we're all calling is the total affected area.
You're at 11 minutes, so
Okay.
be mindful of that.
Just a couple more things on the groundwater elevations. Basically, there's about a gradient of 1 foot to 6 inches from north to south across the site. And once the slurry wall's in and water would be stored, it may only get stored about 5 feet above what natural groundwater is. So we're talking about less than 2 pounds of pressure that we would be adding. There's a large envelope of soil that when the slurry wall's in there, there's resistance to making that slide or move. So there's no possible way that it's going to move or slide to create a big breach that would be like a fire hose. It's going to be, if there's a leak, it's through the groundwater and what the gravel will allow to leak out. And it's a slow leak process. If there is a leak, slurry wall would be redug and it would be repaired such that there isn't a leak, because they don't want to lose water to groundwater or vice versa, have groundwater come in. These are the contour maps that we provided previously. And again, I'm just talking about that and the wells. This is the dewatering trenches where the water comes out and where it goes to. We did do calculations on the culverts, so the flows are able to go through those culverts with no problems based on the amounts we're talking about for dewatering. As far as the construction and the schedule, phase 1A will be mined in year 1, and then slurry wall construction to start in year 2, just to understand the schedule for that. I just had a few slurry wall construction photos here again, slurry going in, backfill area for mixing here, containment berm over here. Another one, backfill here, slurry here, containment berm area where we've got mixing and bentonite on this side. We've also agreed that we would provide 30 days notice to surrounding landowners prior to the start of mining, prior to start of construction of slurry wall and phase 1 mining, just as a added benefit to them to let them know what's going on along the property. As far as archaeology, we did receive a letter that is in your packet from the Office of Archaeology and Historic Preservation that we have received concurrence from them, and they agree that we've done enough with the study that we're not causing impact there. We're still going to follow all the laws and regulations required if there's something found during digging where we have to report it and they have to come out and take care of it. I just wanted to pull up one more document here.
30 seconds.
Sorry, I wanted to get the items that we discussed with Mrs. Smith. Just on the summary of things that we talked about and provided to her that you guys see here. And then we did also provide the structure agreement. We agreed to install vibration monitoring around the propane tank, monitor her well and take level measurements, and also installing the fence. And she was agreeable to that, as well as providing an emergency exit gate where she could utilize it to get through the pit in the case of an emergency where something happens with her right away. And go from there. There will be monitor wells installed around the slurry wall too, so those will still be monitored monthly. And that's where we make sure we're not leaking too, if we see vast differences from the existing data that we're currently taking. Any questions?
All right, questions for the applicant from the board?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, please.
I think it was when you first blew up that map so we could kind of see, I was just trying to write really quickly. The stockpile's about 114 feet from her house.
I'll go to that drawing here real quick.
Sorry, it was when you, that one, when
Yeah.
you first started blowing things up.
Yeah, 114 from the house.
Okay, I guess I just have to say the statement, even though there's not officially setbacks in mining. You know, we're talking less than half a football field from the back of someone's house to a stockpile. I just wanted to point that out. And again, just I think too, I appreciate the shovel and the slurry pictures kind of examples, but again, those are open farmland behind everyone and not residences. I understand that this is not an official setback rule, like oil and gas is. I just, I'm struggling, but appreciate all of the additional detail.
Any other questions?
Board? Are we good? All right, thank you very much for the additional information. We now like to give Mrs. Smith, we'll allow you 15 minutes to the extent you need it.
You have to understand I'm not a technology
Right.
expert, so,
Right?
but I did want to let you know, I'm Roberta Smith. I am the adjacent owner. And I just brought a few pictures here just to kind of show you what it is you're looking at. We'll go through these kind of rapidly. Um, and then I would like to get in, because I still have a couple pretty serious concerns. Okay, now, what do I use? I push that button.
Just that arrow
Okay. that
to go
should-
forward and you have to go backwards.
Oh, thank you. So it should be up on your screen. This is a picture of my place taken. Well, I'm guessing it was back in the 1990s. It kind of gives you an overview of where my place is in relationship to the river, as well as where it is in relationship. This is Greeley on the background, and way in the back is Longs Peak. If you have any questions as I go through these, this is the shop that road right there is where the property goes. Oops.
Is the property on the inside of the road or it looks like
The
a field
property
of
line,
corn.
the actual property line is about the middle of that road.
So,
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, the current one is about here, and this one is where the actual property line is, so. Okay,
thank you.
so if I do a right click, does it go? No, this way. Okay, this is just to give you an idea of my house and my shop. The shop is a 50 by 90 shop. It sits about 20 to 22 feet from the actual property line. And we measured this, my house is about 60. This is the back of the shop. This is the current fence line, and there's another 12 feet that goes beyond that for the property line. Here's another view of it. This is looking west towards the river. This is my propane tank. I do not own a propane tank. This is owned by Xfinity. This is the well that is, according to the state, is abandoned, but in my mind, it's inactive. It was functional while we had gas as our augmentation plan. Gas went under, we started with hogs, and so we did not use it. I, of course, that's not something I want to do, but I don't want the well destroyed. And I have spoken with them as far as the well water level is at 14 feet. It goes down to 40 feet. So there is, there's a good amount of water, and they said it would not be impacted. I'll discuss that in a minute. This is my access road that goes out to County Road 53. I have 24-foot right of way, starting at the power pole going north. This is my driveway. Right here, you'll see this is Northwell Water. The meter sits right here. This is where I get my mail. There is a gas line. This is a capped gas line that is capped directly in the middle of my driveway at about 10 to 12 feet down. It comes from the old vertical well. All right, now we are up on the north side of this property. This is the Ogilvy ditch. This is the irrigation canal. If you look off in the distance, that is the mine. There is a better picture of it. This is the proposed mine area here. This is his property down here. We're looking east. Okay. There's another picture of it. This is my place down here. There is a drop in elevation. It's hard to see in this picture, but it shows you. This is the neighbor on the other side. This is the Zender family with their center to the north. Now, I understand, I know this is not part of your jurisdiction, but I did want to include this This is the road, this is my driveway access. You can see the limited vision of being able to see coming out of there. So this is why we requested it, I requested it to be moved to the north side. This is one of the big issues that you all will not have to deal with, but the next entity, whether it's the county or the town, this is a belly dump truck driver who can't quite figure out how to keep it on his own side of the road. And there are a lot of buses that go up on that road, and you get a bus load of kids coming the other direction. That there are no shoulders on that bridge, and it'll set my mirrors on. So that just showed you this thing's. The archaeological dig, and I understand what he just said that, and I'll get into that in a little bit, but this was from a page that we did. I'm a volunteer at the Kersey Historical Museum, and we did a page on the archaeological dig that was directly across the river at the same height at County Road 53 and 58. And I'll get into that. This is, and I actually brought this is a hide scraper my grandkids found on the rivers. Okay, so I will get into my concerns. One of the big concerns I have is for the stability of my shop and my house, given the current setbacks and the figures. So what has not really been addressed in my mind is that the boring drawings that in the packet that I get, or the book that I got actually from the CMT Technical Company, page 2, they had bore sites around the mining. Bore sites 4 and 5, which are the closest to the elevation of my land. They were at, they indicate that there is sandy soil or sandy clay down to 6 to 8 feet. Okay. Then beyond that, it's sand and gravel. Okay. So you do that, and I don't know if we can get back to that. I brought the drawings of the of this where that, and he went through it there. But when you look at how close my shop is to where that there is a fault line there, and that red line, to me, what if their modeling is off? What if it goes over this way and it's not really where they anticipated? I've got 6 to 8 feet of solid ground, and then it turns to sand and gravel. I've got 200,000 pounds on that shop. To me, if you start disturbing this land this close to that weighted dirt, is 6 to 8 feet of dirt going to hold this shop up? What's going to happen to that? There is no structure on sand and gravel. So
sorry, I just want, sorry, I hate to interrupt you. We're not seeing anything on the screen. We're seeing
no,
a
you're not, because
okay.
I don't have the screen.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing something.
No, you're not missing anything. I have it in paper form here. I can share with everybody except for you. But what this is that one, the drawing.
But you're fine.
This is the drawing I'm looking at. So my concern is that if you have 6 to 8 feet and you got 200,000 pounds, and over here within 40 feet or less, you're disturbing the whole structure of the ground. What's going to happen? That's a major issue. In my mind, this whole operation needs to be moved north. Give me another 50 feet of any kind of possibility of collapse. So, all right, then the other thing that has not been addressed, and this is relating to bedrock. Okay, so they're going to take that slurry wall and they're going to bed it, or they're going to embed it down into the bedrock. All right, so on the McCrane Water Engineering Report on page 6, quoting, on the ORFP site, which is the Ogilvy River Fund, the bedrock elevation drops 20 to 30 feet from the north to the south across the pit. This is unusual. That coming straight from there. All right, so if you've got a 20 to 30 foot drop, I was gonna show you an analogy of this. Okay, so say this is just as a simple analogy. I'm not an engineer and I don't understand all these things, but okay, so this is your bedrock. Okay, this is your slurry wall going around and this is your water inside. Okay, so you've got equal pressure going both ways. All right, you tip that and your elevation of your bedrock is here. And this is the bottom of, or this is the north and this is the south, and you've got increased pressure against that slurry wall. Has that been factored into the stability of that slurry? That's my question. And there is no engineering report related to that. All right. The impact on my well. The engineer has stated that there is no impact on my well, that the water should remain at the same level. In the engineering report, it states on page 5, agricultural high-capacity wells located down gradient from the pit are the most vulnerable because shadowing can reduce the aquifer saturated thickness and therefore well yield. Right there. It will affect it. They're saying it won't. Okay. Then the third thing is the safety of my water line. Couple of them, when you start putting in a slurry wall that close to where my water line runs from County Road 53, where you saw that blue sticking up. It goes all the way down my right of way up to my house. All right.
It follows the driveway.
Yes, absolutely does. So if you start disturbing that ground that close to where that water line is, how does it impact it? I don't know. That's a question. Then the other question related to that water line, they're saying that they are going to drill down below my water line to exit the water from the reservoir out. How did he was trying to explain it and I didn't grasp it on how do they determine that it's where they're boring isn't going to disturb my water line? How do they know where to miss it? How do they know how deep to go? So, oh, there is another interesting situation. So can we bring up one of these maps that it was just on the pit distance from the river channel. So I was asking when we were meeting, I said, why is this one corner cut off of this? It's the one where it shows that. So it shows that one of the corners down on the lower southwest corner has been cut off. Okay. So he's saying it's because we're within 400 feet of the channel of the South Platte River. Okay. I said, well, then your upper southwest corner is going to have the exact same thing. He said, no, it's not because the channel's over here. I said, no, the channel is not over here. The channel has moved since I don't know when his mapping was, but it is not current of where that is going. So, okay.
Here's your plan.
Thank you.
Yeah, can you folks point to that rock?
There's your pointer right there.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so this is the corner we're talking, and then this is the channel of the South Platte River. That channel is actually, when it's in this area here, it has changed. There is a big, huge sand pile right here. So what I'm talking about is here. So the river is now cutting in. He's got it over here. It is not there. It is cutting in on the other way. And it's because of what happens every year, the flow of this river changes. You're going to get a channel this way, and then you may, because down here on our property, we were concerned that it was going to undermine it, or I mean, it was going to start cutting into it. Well, then the floods came along, and there is a massive sand pile. So this is not where it comes. It comes around that sand pile, and then it comes back here. So I think this is still accurate, although from here on west, it is not. But up here, I think they need to look at newer maps because this is definitely not. And if there is a 400-foot setback, to me, they're not in the 400 feet, but I'm not sure. But when he told me that, I thought, oh, wait a minute, this is. So. I still have archaeological concerns. I still think, and he said that they will monitor it as they did. So if that's the case, then that's all I'm asking. There obviously is environmental concerns, and that's gonna go along with being right next to a Santa Road. So I guess my big concern is, this is my one and only time to object. If indeed this gets moved forward, what happens if things aren't as supposedly they're supposed to go? And I don't have any voice in it. This is my voice. So. Okay, any questions?
Thank you, Mrs. Smith, and it's understand this is a big change for you, so we do understand. We appreciate your thoughtfulness and willingness to work with both the staff and the applicant too. So,
Well, and I appreciate you listening to me.
absolutely.
That wasn't my impression before I came. So I thank you for listening to me, and I thank you for at least addressing these concerns. They're huge concerns, so.
Questions, and I'd like to start is, and it's maybe going back, it's not you, but it's around your question, is especially the dipping, your analogy of the dipping, I like your water. Water jug, yeah.
It came to me in the middle of the night.
And I'm guessing between the staff and the applicant is if that bedrock is dipping, you are keying into bedrock regardless of the elevation. And so it's not going to tip like this. It would just go deeper. Yeah, and if there's 10-foot difference between bedrock from one end of the property to the other, the wall will go down deeper in that place then.
Correct.
Is that correct?
But you're still gonna have, if there is an elevation change, a gradient between that top and that bottom, in my simple mind, to me, there's more water pressure against this wall than there is against this wall. If you've got a gradient in your, and now this maybe I'm not an engineer. So this is just common sense telling me that if I've got an elevated bedrock here, yes, they're gonna take it down. But to me, this needs to be factored in. There is nothing on the engineering, there's no engineering report on the stability of a slurry wall when you've got a gradient in your bedrock.
Would the staff or applicant like to address that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually.
Do you want me to-
With DRMS here.
Good question.
And again,
What?
an engineer here with the staff with the geotechnical emphasis. So one of the things that was brought up was whether or not the groundwater was taken into consideration to the stability of not only the pit, but as well as the slurry wall. In both situations, the groundwater in the modeling was taken into consideration, and in the visual aspect of it, you'll see it in kind of a bluish tone. Is this your presentation, Brock? So,
And I'm guessing why this is a grave concern to Mrs. Smith, this is not an unusual situation for these sorts of structures.
Not on flat ground.
so if you can tell from this, you see a blue dotted line here, and this blue dotted line dips. So what this blue line is indicating that anything below it is essentially saturated with groundwater. So when you run this model, you're essentially telling it that there's groundwater in existence. So it takes all that pressure and all that load that is associated with groundwater and the impacts of it into consideration to the overall slope stability analysis. As you can see, the slurry wall is also identified and included in the stability analysis. The strength material properties of that slurry wall are included and taken into consideration when we are doing these slope stability reviews and analysis. Something also to keep in mind is that The board policies on these factors of safeties are what they are because they are conservative, and we took the most conservative values or the highest standards of safety into consideration when we reviewed this application, considering all the concerns and relative location to all these structures. In this review, while it was in the December presentation, the applicant did provide an engineering analysis, including the additional loading of the shed, the additional loading from a haul truck as well, in addition to all the groundwater applications and the different material profiles that was brought up, whether it was the sandy soil or the clay. So all of those are represented in the stability analysis and taken into consideration in the factor of safety results, which exceeded our minimum requirements. And when I say minimum, we use the most conservative ones that we have to ensure that there's a degree of conservancy in these models and results to ensure a degree of stability and confidence in that stability.
And it's both static and seismic.
Both
Yeah.
static and seismic, and that is a good point. In all situations and all scenarios, including the one you're seeing here, was ran with a seismic load, or basically in other terms, if an earthquake for this area were to occur. And even with that additional loading, those were above safety standards and above our requirements as well.
Mrs. Smith, does that make sense? The static and the seismic both, I mean, they're doing two different conditions. One's just this glass and the other one's a little shake, rattle, and roll.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Staff, other questions?
Yeah, this is to Mrs. Smith. How many wells are on your property? I didn't quite
I just have
understand.
the one. And it is an old well, as you
So
can see,
where do you get your water?
North Well water. That's the water line that goes under my driveway. That's the one I'm concerned.
Okay, so you're connected to municipal water for your home, and that inactive well,
Is
I assume, is an agricultural well?
correct.
And what do you grow on your,
Currently, I don't grow anything other than a good crop of weeds, and grass and et cetera. No. Before, it was hay and, my husband did some row irrigations every, long time
So-
ago. Right, but then we got into hogs and so then.
so for the most part, your property is a residence?
Correct.
Okay, and there's no farming or commercial, okay, thank you.
And so along your right of way, you have a water line and a gas line both?
So the gas line is not my gas line. This is a gas line that came from do I need this up here?
No, you're fine.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
worry about it.
It came from an abandoned, or not abandoned, a well that the PDC shut down. And it was, well, I can show you exactly where it is. So it was the gas line that went under the road over to a gas line that goes north and south. So there was I've got pictures of it. They literally dug down. That thing must have been at least 10, 12 feet down. I mean, those guys way down in there. What they did is they capped it off, and then they have to weld it, and then another company comes along and they check the welds to make sure it's. So it is capped right there at my driveway.
Okay.
Now, the question is, did they leave that gas line in? And is that gas line empty? I would assume they pulled the gas out of it when they, I don't think it was removed. There was nothing, unless they did it underground. It was not removed from the gas well head. This was an oil and gas.
Okay. Mrs. Smith, have you ever seen a utility locate where they come out? Utility
Yes.
location where they come out and they do all the color things and all that has the applicant explained to you that when they do anything with that discharge and they do the boring, that all that kind of stuff will be done beforehand?
That was not explained.
Okay. Is that unfair?
That's what would happen is you do a utility locate prior to doing directional drilling. And we had talked about potholing. We were gonna pothole the existing line, make sure we know what elevation it's at. If it's at 6 feet or 8 feet, make sure that then we're at least 24 inches below that with any directional drilling that we'd be doing.
And heaven forbid, something happens.
it would be fixed. You know, it's one of these things that with the directional drilling, they've got pretty good technology as far as keeping things where they need to be, and if they feel uncomfortable at 2 feet, we go deeper. Make sure that separation. Don't go at that rate.
And he explained what pothole means.
So they use a back truck and basically a high pressure hose to spray water in, create a excavation that's a hole, and then vacuum the dirt and the water and the soil as they go down to get to the top of the pipe. Then they can measure down with the tape measure to see exactly how deep the utility is. And then they can also kind of determine what type of pipe the pipe is the utility. Then they backfill that pothole when they're done. And we take it back to our design and say, okay, it's this deep, we need to change our drawings, or go this much deeper, or we can go this much shallower with the utility.
How big is that pothole?
Typically 8 inches to a 12-inch diameter hole.
Question of the applicant, do you have, are you planning liability insurance?
Yeah, there'll be liability insurance on any contractor or any mining entity that's out there.
What are the limits on that?
Typically they'd be 2 million general aggregate. and
3 million?
2
2
million
million.
general aggregate, and then 1 million each occurrence.
Other comments from the part?
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I just have one quick question. Since this is primarily a proximity issue, and Mrs. Smith made that comment, is there a structure agreement in place or being worked on between Mrs. Smith and the applicant? Seems to me that that would be the logical thing to do to reduce risk for her. Is that been attempted or is that in place?
If
Let
I can,
Mrs. Smith answer that first, please.
well, I was gonna say, I don't know if we need a time check. I'm not sure if
Oh.
we're pushing up against our time limit here and how much more time we have to go through this.
How are we looking? Mr. Monk, are you still good?
So far.
All right, real quickly. We do need to be mindful of time. Let's keep moving here, but I think this is a valid question. Structure agreement,
There is not one in place because I felt like, the questions had not been answered to allow me safety for my structures, so that I don't have a major damage. So he's proposed it, and I'm holding off until I hear from you all and I have it reviewed.
If I can supplement that, as the board is likely aware, the structure agreement is outlined in statute and regulation. Specifically, it's 34, 32.5, 115, 4A that deals with the legal parameters around a structure agreement or structure stability or potential impacts to structures. Process is essentially the applicant has to either secure a structure agreement with the owner of that structure. If they're unable to do that, they can then provide the structure evaluation report instead of that agreement to the division. And that's what was done here for Mrs. Smith. And so the way it's set up is the act encourages applicants, operators to reach out to their adjacent landowners to try to come up with an agreement to protect that structure. If they're not able to do that for whatever reason, that's where the structure stability analysis comes in, that engineering report that was provided by the applicant in this case that covers these structures. So again, in statute, it sets out those criteria. And Chuck can advise the board on the strange wording of section 115 in terms of the board's ability to deny. It's structured that if either of those two are received, that it can't be a point of denial.
thank you for that clarification. Other questions, board? All right.
Madam,
I'm sorry, did I hear something?
yeah, I have a quick question.
And you? Yeah, okay. Wow. Thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
So, I'm certainly not, an engineer, but I still have great concern over, protecting Mrs. Smith's access. And my concern is, we heard from the applicant that indeed, the culverts could handle the amount of water, the amount of discharge volume that would be created. My question is, is that a minimum amount, a maximum amount? Is it a seasonal flow? Is it and just because the diameter of the culvert can handle X amount of water, the installation of said culvert is really just as important with the correct head walls and tail walls if you're going to increase the volume on those culverts. So my concern is, it's just that the culvert may be able to handle it. Is the installation good enough to handle it? And what is are the culverts really able to handle max potential flow? Thank you.
Can I answer that? Yes, the flows that we're showing there are the max flows that would be dewatered, and they are basically matching what the flood irrigation flows were through those existing culverts. So we're not trying to increase anything or make that culvert perform any more than what it did when we were doing row crop irrigation with the corn out there.
Is there a regulate, is there something that you can regulate the amount that's going through there?
Yes, we have a regulation basically on the pump that we have that it's only going to pump up to a certain amount, and it's metered, and there's also valves on that pump. So we're talking about 1 to 2 CFS to match those same flows. And that's what it would be done at.
And those details will be worked out when you're getting your other permits as well, right?
Yes.
One other, you mentioned in the meeting that the dewatering troughs would be encapsulated and would go to the culvert, that you're not gonna have free flowing water.
Right, they'll go all the way to the culvert. The pipe will go all the way to the
So
culvert.
that hopefully that will ensure the fact that there will not be a spillover on.
Correct.
Thank
Right.
you.
Any other questions from the board for this was Mrs. Smith's time that she shared nicely, but for any of the parties? All right. At this point, then we'll close testimony and the board will proceed with moving forward on this application. Any deliberation within the board? Comments?
So I have a quick question. This might be for Chuck. So the way I understood it, I'm not sure I heard it clearly, but it's one or the other. The applicant can provide a structure agreement with adjacent or with a landowner that might possibly be affected, or they can provide the modeling, the engineering modeling. One is modeling, one is more like insurance or whatever, but they don't have to do both. It's one or the other to meet the requirements of the application.
Yeah, that's correct, Quint. This is Chuck Clement, attorney for the board. The statute requires either or. So ideally, applicants are getting these structure agreements, but that's not always the case. If a landowner has concerns or simply doesn't want to sign an agreement with the applicant, the statute provides for the alternative to do the structural analysis. So you're right. It's either or. They don't have to get the structural agreement. It's always nice if they do, but legislature has provided an alternative means to move forward through the analysis.
Any comments? Questions for?
Are we in comments or deliberation?
Deliberation, other deliberating factors that we'd like to discuss within the board.
I definitely have some. Is that okay, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
So, I think that this is a technically proficient application. I very much appreciate the back and forth that the applicant and division and the objectors were able to go through. I appreciate seeing some of the longer term history back to, June or so, where some of these other questions arose. So, and the staff giving us the opportunity to see a little bit more beyond what was just jurisdictionally or objectively in question here. So that was helpful. And I think at the end of the day, though, a technically proficient application without context gives the context of where this operation is proposed, gives me a lot of concern, primarily in the phasing of how this works, in the sense that we have some fairly well thought out plans for 1A, which is what takes you down 8 feet. If you read page 14 in the adequacy and letters of response, one of the overall concerns is this is highly productive farm ground, healthy topsoil. That's something that is, at least in my perspective, still a cultural piece of Colorado as well. And in approving this entire thing without then having a mechanism to come back in outside of a major technical revision objection, and the number of outliers that still need to come forth with CDPHE in terms of water and all of that, I can't in good conscience allow 8 feet of farmland to be removed. And then if there are other setbacks in the process, if they don't get another application approved, if something else happens, you can't really make it a water resource post mine land use if those things happen. And I understand that we're having to bring some emotions and people and neighbors into the conversation, but what next? I think I would have a significantly less questions about this application were it, say, in the middle of something, in the middle of a bit more of nowhere. And I'm not trying to say not in my backyard, because this is literally in her backyard, and I commend Mrs. Smith on her reasonableness and her patience. I think that I can't she's done an incredible job on being very reasonable and understanding the process. You know, just, we talked about the nature of the Platte River and those 400-foot setbacks. There's a lot of variables here that just give me pause on the ultimate success of signing off on this within our jurisdiction on the post-mine land use of this being a successful water resource. And I just have to say that I'm still not comfortable moving in the direction of approving this permit.
Thank you, Neil. Any other thoughts or comments from any of the on the deliberation within the board?
I have one quick thing that's sort of where the last comment, I guess, is there, what happens if you get stuck in the middle? You know, what does it look like, and how safe or how stable is it, or whatever, if they get the 8 feet and then for whatever reason they can't get the other permits, or something happens, or even economic conditions change or whatever. The 2-stage thing is, I'm sort of with now on this, that there, if you get stuck in the middle and there's no, you know, what's the reclamation? Is there a middle reclamation plan? Like, here's what we would do if we dug down 8 feet and that was all, and then we reclaimed it. And so it was lower, but it was reclaimed and beautiful, and grass or whatever returned to something that would be livable for everybody around, not just Mrs. Smith, but for everybody around. I don't know if there's an answer to that or not, but that it's a 2-stage thing, in my opinion, that's sort of problematic.
Thank you, Mr. Redmond. And Jill Nelson here as chair is, I believe, and I can stand corrected, we're outside of testimony, but they did have a bond of $163,000 for phase 1, that if only they come in and do 8 feet across, and they said that would happen within about a year. That is, if that's all they get and they have oppositions to their other permits, they sign, seal, deliver, and this would go back with topsoil replacement and go back to I don't know what the plan says, but agriculture or some other designated usage, right? Because they've stockpiled the topsoil, they've stockpiled the overburden. If they don't get anything more than that, that's what we are as board members and citizens of the state are guaranteed, is that would be put back, and it'd probably look a lot like it does today.
It would be.
I don't know if we need.
I'm sorry.
We're outside of testimony at this point, but they very clearly said about the $160 some odd thousand bond for phase 1.
I guess it would be 8 feet lower, so I'm not sure how it would drain or whatever, but that I just can't put all the pieces together that you would stop at 8 feet and make it open.
They talked about if they don't get their permits, they can't do anything more. They don't get the next 4 permits or modifications. They can't do anything more than take out 8 feet. And they talked about the impoundments in and how that's going to move, you know, because it's the water around the processing areas as they move from west to east or whatever that mine plan says. So they would be done in a year. And so that's essentially the time clicking for them. I come from a farm background. I understand agriculture property, but I think this is a greater yield. The state is woefully short of aggregates to build all the things that we love, the roads and everything else we have. And I think the plan is very well founded there. And in the phasing thing, I feel secure that if they don't get it, we're okay. You know that. And I don't know if Chuck, if we can allow anybody from.
You could open testimony back up if there's a specific question that board member wanted answered. That's fine.
And that's probably worth it to get it a more qualified answer to your question, Mr. Redmond. So open up testimony very limited to this topic.
Thank you, Jeff Fugate, on behalf of the division, and I may defer to Michael or Russ as well. I may start my answer a little bit further back from what happens if they don't get the permits to in the history of the division, and we looked into this based off of last month's hearing. An applicant who has proposed a phase mining plan for a construction material site has never not moved on to the second phase. Because the value is in the additional resources that are below that 8 feet and the post-mining land use of water storage, that's the value. And so if they do run into hurdles or hiccups in the permitting process with the other agencies, they continue to pursue those permits until they're secured, so they can receive the full value of that property. We looked at just some recent history. In the last 3.5 years, the division and or the board have approved 9 permits that included phase mining approach with slurry walls, three of which have gone before this board. And so I think the starting point of, what happens if they don't move from phase 1A to phase 2, or from step 1 to step 2. Ms. Nelson, I think you framed it correctly. Reclamation is conducted just like any other mine site that is hit the end of their life of mine. They utilize the resources to reclaim. We've got the bond in place to ensure that reclamation takes place before the permit is released. But I think the more logical or reasonable starting point is it's very unlikely that they won't secure the additional permits to move into the second step of the mining operation. Michael, Russ, I'm not sure if you've got.
Yeah, this is Russ Means for the division, and I think Jeff outlined it pretty well and stuff. This isn't a new concept, and that in fact the board has approved several of these types of applications and stuff over recent time. And that, so the guarantee here and the phased up part of this and stuff is just that is if they don't do that, they have $163,830 bond. That is part of the plan and stuff is if they can't do that, they're maintaining their topsoil and the overburden and stuff. And it would be just like any other high and dry gravel pit that gets reclaimed. And so that's the assurance to the board and to to Colorado and stuff that this will be reclaimed to a beneficial use. With and as outlined, the economic driver here is to get these other permits and to go farther. And at that point, when they get those in place and stuff, that's when they'll come in and stuff, and that's when their bond will go up significantly, up a couple of $1 million actually, to ensure that is constructed correctly and passes the Office of State Engineer and everything else. So, and that's the economic driver on that point is if they've got a $2 million bond and stuff and that in place and stuff with us, we make sure and stuff that they they adhere to Division of Water Resources, our regs, and Office. But this is not something that is foreign. In fact, it's a very common practice and stuff with all of our permits and stuff for that we're facing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Redmond, does that address your concern? Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I just follow up on that. I appreciate the clarity on that piece as well. And Mr. Fugate's comments about the 9 permits in the phased aspect. I'm not deliberating that piece. We do not have any historical nature or evidence of having a neighbor that is less than a half a football field away from such a mining operation. And I think that we've spent a significant amount of time talking about the technical aspects of this without talking about it in context of where this is located. And, we had questions and we brought forth additional evidence over the last month as this was continued. And it took Mrs. Smith providing photos of her property to share that transparently with the board. We didn't see that from the applicant. We didn't see that from the division. And again, I just still feel very uncomfortable with the general scope in the setting of this operation.
All right, thank you, Ms. Warren. Any other comments from the board?
Madam Chair,
First, I appreciate staff for taking a step back and coming back this month and kind of reorganizing the presentation and addressing some of the concerns. Mrs. Smith, I also appreciate your engagement in this process very much. I do think that in terms of what we have jurisdiction over, that this meets that criteria. It's not lost on me though, Ms. Wareham's concerns. And so I think to the applicant, the operator, when we put our regs up against, I'd say some limits here, especially when we're bumping up against private property to this degree. You become an ambassador in a tremendous way for the industry and for our regs. I would expect that at the bare minimum, Mrs. Smith has a phone number 24/7 to address any concerns, and that will go on, and that communication with Mrs. Smith, if this were to clear the other jurisdictional issues with the other jurisdictions that you will need to get your permits and approvals from, that you will communicate with her often. I can't stress that at all, because this plays out and this really tests where we are, where our regs are. And let's be honest, it can have some unfortunate consequences should things not play out as we expect. But to the degree that this board within our jurisdiction, I appreciate what has been brought forward. I think it's clear those hurdles in my mind, and I will support the application.
Any other comments? Thank you, Mr. Mott. Any other comments from other board members?
I guess I just would go on the record saying I'd be more comfortable if there was a structure agreement in place, but I think, the applicants come forward with what the regulations or what the requirements are.
Yes, and I think what Mr. Mock said was just spot on, is that this case is very complicated because of the proximity to Mrs. Smith in this deal. What I have seen in my past is been, and I want to believe, is that mining companies become very good neighbors, and they tend to take people under their wings. That isn't enough to give Mrs. Smith security to sleep well at night, and I would hope that settlement structure agreement be the end route versus the calculations, which are meet the legalities and the regulations, but does not address the human aspects of what the business that you folks are in. So at this point, the board feels that they've had their say. If there's anything else, please speak quickly. But I think we're to the point to move this into a decision point.
Let me just say, I live adjacent to a mine, hard rock mine, and I couldn't agree more. It is extremely important that the neighbors get along, and it's in the mine's best interest to get along with all the neighbors. I can tell you that. So that's what I've experienced, and I live next to a mine for what that's worth. Thank you.
All right. We originally had a motion here that I think needs to be brought forward. Would someone be willing to make the motion?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve the 112C permit application for the Ogilvie River Farm Pit, file number M-2024-006.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Same sign.
Aye. Opposed.
Do we need to have show of hands? I heard 3 people. but maybe my cold.
Yeah, just for the record, Quint and Doug raised their hand in favor of the motion, correct?
Yes,
I'm sorry, I was looking down, not up. So we have 4 in favor and 1 opposing. Is that correct? All right. The 112 permit application is hereby approved. I, as the chair, very much want to thank everyone for their diligence. And I think, as always, there should be a lesson learned in that we were working more and more in times where communications with the community is utmost important. It is the first thing that should happen before the drill rig set property. And we bring this, the industry brings it upon themselves. But I think this is a wonderful opportunity to make this a shining star. And that, remember that Mrs. Smith, your other people brought it up, but your participation in this and your openness, despite what's probably in your heart, is commendable. And hold these people accountable, and you continue to use your voice. And I'm sure the operator will, I hope, become on your Christmas card list pretty soon. I say that slightly, but I mean that intently, right? So we wish you the best. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your participation, and we will move back to our quickly to the rest of the agenda for today.
Madam Chair, can we take a break?
Sure. Sorry, I'm just iron. Let's
Yeah.
take a break till 11 o'clock and come back and reconvene with the rest of the agenda.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Chuck, I have to leave.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Quint.
Yep, thank you. Yep.
No report today. I did. There's some- Ready, Freddie? All right, let's reconvene and get back to the agenda, which I think the first item on today's agenda was approval of the December 2024 minutes. Is there any comments on these minutes? If not, can I hear a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
All right, second.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, I approve, same sign. Minutes approved. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was a struggle. I'll get my head back into it. For January 2025, there are no continuations or withdrawals. Is that correct? That is correct. All right, and so we will forego the executive director's office report.
Yes.
Or do you have something?
Madam Chair, this is Russ Means for the division, Deputy Director Tim Mock, as well as the Director Michael Cunningham had to go to the Smart Act hearings and stuff that started at 11. So therefore, today it's we are going to forego those reports.
Okay, so we'll forego either division reports. Thank you very much. So we will move on to the consent agenda, file number M 212-010. Staff?
It's just a consent item.
Oh, that's right. It's just consent. All right, so we take a motion on that. A motion to approve the consent agenda item.
Motion to approve.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Same sign. All right, we've been through the enforcement hearing, so the consent agenda is approved. Next item is discussions. Does the staff have any?
Yeah, yes, Madam Chair, on the agenda and stuff, it's not noticed and stuff, but today we're going to be taking care of the annual training that's required. And so Director Music and myself and stuff have a presentation and stuff to walk through and stuff with you on that.
And that will be an executive.
No, this part and stuff is the public part. But
Okay.
then Chuck and stuff will have a separate call and stuff for that in the executive session.
All right, well, will you please do the honors, Mr. Means? Thank you.
Okay, that's there. And let's see. Yes. Get here where I don't have to show everything. There we go. Give it a couple seconds. Good morning, Madam Chair and the board. As some of you may know, and the newer board members may not know, today it's something that we're going to be doing the orientation for new board members and the board that are required for annual training. This is pursuant to section 24 3.7 -102 and HB 18 1198. So today's presentation will be done by DRMS program managers as well as the AGO. So we'd like to start off with talking a little bit about our organization and how the org chart is arranged. You will see and stuff on this slide. We are under the Department of Natural Resources. Dan Gibbs is our executive director. Michael Cunningham is the division director for the Division of Reclamation, Mining, and Safety. Within the division, we have the Office of Active and Inactive Mines, which is headed by Jeff Graves. That's primarily, that is the Inactive Mines program. Jeff will be doing a presentation to you in April. He does annually. He has to come before this board and ask for acceptance of grants and permissions with their funding. So he will cover his portion of that part of our division and stuff at that time. Under the Office of Mineland Reclamation, that's known as the Active Mines Program. Jason Music is the program director for the coal regulatory program. And also under coal, there's the Mine Safety Training Program, as well as the Coal Mine Board of Examiners. And I, Russ Maines, am the Minerals Program Director, and we have oversight over all of the active hard rock and construction materials permitted sites in the state of Colorado. And there's some additional staff members and stuff we'd like to point out and stuff. Elena Lazareska, if I say that correctly, forgive me, Elena. She is our accounting and budget analyst. And Eric Scott is our information technology. And of course, Cami is our board administrator. It's going in the right direction. We'd like to start off talking a little bit about our budget, just to give you a 40,000 foot level conversation here. The overall budget for the Division of Reclamation, Mining, and Safety is a little over $8 million. That's broken down into 43% is SEVTAX. We have 13%, which is fees. Those are the fees and stuff that the Active Mines pays annually and during the application processes and stuff. And then we have another 44% that is federal funds. And we have 64.8% full-time employees in that understaffed. So I'm going to go into the Active Mines minerals part of it, and then I'll turn that over and stuff to Jason to talk about the coal program. So the statutes and stuff that we are covered under for coal are 3433-101. For hard rock, it's 3432-101. And then for construction materials, it's 3432.5. Just a little bit. So and that back in 1994, after the Summit Bill catastrophe and stuff, there was a looking at our statutes and stuff. And at that time and stuff, there was a bifurcation between hard rock. It had primarily to do with the designated mining operations being implemented at that level, being implemented at that time, versus construction materials and stuff, which didn't need to be subjected to those kind of intense environmental regulations. Our objectives and stuff for the regulatory programs is to promote the responsible development of the state's minerals and energy resources while protecting public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. We reclaim coal and minerals mined acres to a beneficial post-mine land use. We protect the environment by ensuring regulatory compliance at all coal and mineral mine sites. And we coordinate permitting, regulatory, and public review processes with our partners in federal, state, and other local agencies, and implement interagency agreements for groundwater, stormwater, point source, and mine waste issues, to name a few. So under the regulatory processes, we have what we do is permitting, which we went through that exercise and stuff here prior to this section. So and I'll talk about that. We also conduct inspections at all of our permitted sites. We conduct enforcement when we have to. we also have a huge responsibility to ensure that our financial warranties for reclamation bonds and stuff are adequate. And also, our big charge and stuff in that within the statute is to ensure that reclamation is complete. So under the minerals program, hard rock and is covered under 32-101, and extraction of construction materials is 34-32.5, as I explained and stuff there. And it allows for the continued development of mining operations while requiring mines lands to be reclaimed for beneficial use. And of course, we aid in the protection of wildlife, aquatic resources, and promote the health and safety and general welfare of the people in the state of Colorado. Division staff for minerals, we have the authority to make permitting decisions unless actions is subject to public objection, in which case the board hears and decides permitting actions. When we get 112 with objections, it automatically kicks in that the staff itself will make a recommendation for a decision, whether it's approval or denial, and it comes before the board. For 110s, actually under the statute and the rules of stuff, staff can make a decision, and the most important thing there is that any decision that the mineral staff does, those decisions are appealable to this board. In general, we take a look at what the nature of those objections are for a 110 if we have those. And in most cases and stuff, we will defer and bring it straight to the board and stuff for that decision, so that the general public doesn't have to try to go through the appeal process, if you will, in that. So all of the minerals enforcement actions are brought to the board for consideration and decision by the board. So the only exception to that is for annual fees in construction materials, and that where we actually can issue a violation and that. But for everything else, it has to come before this board and be heard by you and stuff, and the decision has to be made and stuff on that. And I have some statistics and stuff for that to kind of chat a little bit about what we've been doing there. So currently we have 1,369 active permits. That includes prospecting. A large majority of those are construction materials. I don't remember the exact number, but about 85% of our permits and stuff are construction materials. The other 15%, 14% and stuff of that is hard rock, and then the rest of it is construction or prospecting activities and stuff. Currently, we have a little over 200,000 acres permitted under our permits. This last year, the calendar year, we had 69 applications, as well as 346 modifications. And I want to point out, this is on the mineral side and stuff. This doesn't include the coal, which Jason will address. We had 449 inspections, and when you add those in on what the coal numbers and stuff will be, staff had 771 total inspections for the year, and so that's quite an accomplishment. We had 9 official citizens complaints and stuff we dealt with. I say official, we tried to track them, but sometimes these complaints and stuff come through different avenues. So 9 is the bare minimum. I think it was probably closer to 14 or 15. We get counties and stuff that reach out to us, and they may not go through our complaint process or whatever and stuff, so they're not tracked exactly the same way. We're trying to work on that so that you can get a better idea of that number and stuff on an annual basis. In 2024, we brought 14 issues and stuff before the board for enforcement. So doing math and so forth and so on, we had about a 99% total compliance with everything and stuff that we have going on with our operators between that and the division. So this last year, we had reclaimed and also released around 5,150 acres. That includes some big acreages that weren't disturbed and stuff, and some of some permitted areas that we're reducing down and stuff down to the bare minimum stuff there. So the number is a little high, but but that's because we're trying to shrink it down to what's important and get some legacy sites and stuff and that terminated. And we had 27 releases of mine sites and stuff for beneficial use. On the financial warranty side, I'd like to point out that we went over a threshold. We actually have, that number is correct. We actually have a little over $1 billion worth of financial warranties and stuff and that calculated and held in some form or another and stuff and that for construction materials. Some of the board may know, but for the new board members and stuff there, we have 4 teams and stuff of that are the minerals, active mines and stuff are broken up into. We have a field office in Grand Junction that's headed up by Travis Marshall. And our other seniors and stuff are Jared Ebert, Amy Eschberger, and Zach Trujillo. We divide up our permits and stuff. The easiest way and stuff is by county. So specialists and stuff will have certain amount of counties, and what we try to do is balance out the workloads and stuff so that everybody has equitable number of permits. And I say equitable because some of our more senior staff have a bigger DMO sites like CC&V, Climax, the San Luis project, and that. So they may have fewer number of permits and stuff to have oversight of, but they have greater responsibilities with the ones that they have. This is a picture, just kind of give you an idea of a little bit of some of the types of activities and stuff that we do. You know, we have Cripple Creek and Victor Mine and stuff that, down at Cripple Creek, which is one of the which is our largest gold mine and stuff here in the state of Colorado. They use cyanide heap leaching, and a couple of issues that come before the board here, but we have a team of 4 or 5 specialists and stuff in that have oversight over that. Elliot Russell is the lead on that. We have gravel mines. Obviously, we've talked about that. There's 85% of those, and bizarrely enough, as if I didn't realize it, but that's a picture of the slurry wall being installed in that picture there. So, and that wasn't intentional. We have stone quarries. From time to time, and stuff will have quarries and stuff come in here. You may have visited the Spec Ag out in Lakewood and that. And then, of course, we have our molybdenum mines and stuff. Climax has the Climax mine and the Henderson mine and stuff up in Summit County and stuff. So construction materials permits cover a wide variety of materials. We have gravel and sand, but you may not know that we have dimensional stone, limestone, and gypsum. So we have a very, very large gypsum mine and stuff that is, well, it's outside of Gypsum, Colorado. You don't realize it, but it's just on the other side of the little hill and stuff, and that along I-70. And we get over there and stuff, it's pretty impressive. The dimensional stone, we have the Marble Quarry and stuff in Marble, Colorado. That's a historic mine that is still working. It's actually an underground quarry, and that's where material and stuff for the Tomb for the Unknown Soldier comes from. And they actually have a block, I think, and stuff to replace because it's got cracked. But you'll also see that marble and stuff throughout the state. There's some of it here locally and some of the state buildings and stuff that we have, as well as some of the monuments and stuff that are in Washington, D.C. and that. So we're well represented there. Our permit sizes vary anywhere from 5 acres. Yes, sir.
Could I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
When you do a construction materials permit, if it's done by a private individual, they would come through us, correct? If it's done by CDOT, do they come through us, or do they pretty much have their own way?
Good question. There's we actually have an agreement and stuff with CDOT with temporary right-of-ways. So if CDOT's working on a project and it's within their temporary right-of-ways and stuff that's there, and they're generating material and stuff, they don't need a permit and stuff from us and stuff. That was a board decision that was made a long time ago. If somebody is coming in and do it under a contract for CDOT, that's where our 111 permits come into play. The 111 permits are tied specifically to a road construction project, a government project. So they have to have a contract number and everything that goes along those lines.
I had a project that took place on 115 down there, on the road to Penrose. And CDOT, worked with a local landowner. And it seemed like it was a pretty seamless operation. It didn't, I don't know that they had to go through the county and do the permits and all that. It seemed to me like they worked it out with the landowner, and then they just pretty much did what they needed to do.
Right. But if they're moving through and building a road and stuff, those right of ways and stuff, those are all covered and stuff in that.
Okay.
With CDOT. Where we've had some issues and stuff that have been brought before the board is if the contractors usually and stuff get a little sideways because they'll go make an agreement with a landowner to borrow material and those and that kind of activity and stuff in that, because it's not in the right of way, it's on a parcel and stuff that's away from the highway. And that's where they have to have those 111 permits in place. And the 111s are kind of expedited. When they come in, we have being tested here, but I think it's like 10 days and stuff to review it. And there's a set amount for the reclamation per acre. It's kind of low right now. It's like 2,000 an acre, but they'll submit that with the total acreage. It can only be 30 acres or less. And so there's parameters and stuff that are there, but it is an expedited process and stuff so that we can help ensure that the infrastructure and stuff and that is and the needs and stuff of the state and stuff are being taken care of.
Thank you.
You bet. And one of the things and stuff is, we have these sites and stuff that are 5 acres, but we also have some and stuff that are thousands of acres and stuff. The gypsum mine and stuff that comes into construction materials and stuff is there. And some of our quarries and stuff have a large acreage and stuff just simply because of the way they have to mine it and lay it back and stuff and that for stability. So our mining methods and stuff, of course, are pits and quarries. And like I said, we do have the underground methods and stuff there at the marble quarry. So hard rock mines, they permit their permits and stuff for metals such as gold, silver, molybdenum, and uranium. We have had some interest and stuff in some rare earths and other things and that are popping up. So we've been having discussions there. There is a permit for 2 acres or less, and then again, it can go all the way up and stuff into the thousands of acres and stuff. And the permits and stuff are based on the acres of disturbance and designated mining operations are our highest level of regulatory oversight. Most of our big hard rock mines and stuff for that are DMO for that reason. And that requires an environmental protection plan as well as engineered environmental protection facilities. And for a long time, we had a specialist and stuff that would look over these and stuff. But here, I don't know, I think about 10 years ago or so and stuff and that we instituted the team approach and stuff so that we have more than one set of eyes on it because some of these sites were out monthly and other ones and stuff in that quarterly. But having different sets of eyes with different sets of expertise and stuff, we feel and stuff has given us a better opportunity to help the operators and keep ourselves and stuff on track and stuff for what needs to be done. So, and like I said, 56 out of the 135 hard rock permits and stuff are DMO. The remainder of those and stuff are really small kind of placer mines and other things and stuff there that don't have the same kind of regulations and stuff that are necessary. So bonding, sometime here this spring, our CERTI specialist and stuff, Amy Yadell, she'll be coming in and doing actually a presentation to you so that you can understand what goes into actually what we do when we calculate bonds and some of the stuff that's behind it. It's riveting, yeah. but it's important stuff for you to understand and stuff that the process that goes into that. And we're hoping and stuff when she comes in, we'll be having some discussions and stuff about we're very close with other states and stuff for that to actually have a web-based CERCES program so that operators and consultants and stuff, as well as other like BLM and stuff, we can all use the same bond calculation. So we're talking apples to apples and stuff when we're having conversations and stuff about the liabilities, making it more transparent as well as trying to make it as accurate as possible. So the bonds are set and stuff for what it would cost the state of Colorado to fully reclaim a site in the event of it if an operator couldn't fulfill those responsibilities on their own. So it's cheaper for them to do it, and that's the idea. But within our processes and stuff, we include indirect costs and stuff for profit, administrative fees, management, insurance, and the like and stuff, and that, so that we hire a contractor to go out and do that work. If we have a revoked site and we forfeit the bond, that's turned over to our inactive mines program, and then they administer that contract and stuff to ensure that it's done. They do a great job because a lot of times by the time we get to revocation of forfeiture, those operators are in financial stress, and it doesn't seem like we ever actually have enough bond money, although we do our best and stuff, but sometimes it's stuff that they have to get creative and stuff to ensure that we get that job done. So this is a picture, actually the Wallstrom quarry and stuff in that. So I like this one, but this is a reclaimed quarry slope and stuff that have bighorn sheep and stuff on it. So that's the things and stuff we try to achieve. With that, I will turn it over to Jason Music, and he'll go over the coal program, and then I'll jump back in right at the very end and tell you a little bit about some of the things we've gotten accomplished this year, this last year, and a little bit of a peek of what we've got coming up.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Just, what about BLM or Forest Service land? Are we involved at all? Or?
Absolutely. We actually have memos of understanding and stuff with the Forest Service, BLM, and DOE, the Department of Energy. Department of Energy has oversight over what's called the lease, uranium lease tracts in Western Colorado. So all of the uranium mines and stuff that conventional uranium mines that we have out west and stuff have oversight there. So we work closely with them. Any mine sites and stuff on Bureau of Land Management, they have to go through their processes, but they also have to, by law and stuff, have our permits and stuff as well. And we coordinate and have discussions on bonding and mining operations, plans of operations and stuff that they have there, as well as the Forest Service is the same. Just so the board is aware, we're currently working on updating the MOU with BLM. And that, so Jared is actually and stuff actively, he's the lead point on that, but we are working on that. We're meeting monthly and stuff to work our way through that process. So we're hoping and stuff sometime this year and stuff, maybe to have that new memo of understanding and stuff and that before the board and stuff for your review.
So the reclamation in those cases would have to satisfy what we want, not just.
Yes, the dual regulations and stuff, what we have, if we have a release request, both agencies are notified, and part of our MOUs and stuff is that we have to concur in writing and stuff that we agree and stuff that something's releasable or a bond is increased or reduced or something and stuff, but we do have a mechanism there and stuff to have those discussions.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jason Music. I'm the Coal Regulatory Program Director for the division. So for the members of the board that have heard this spiel before, every year, I'm going to change it up a little bit, focus a little bit about the differences between coal and minerals, mostly the responsibilities of the board involving coal. The board doesn't see a lot of coal items, but when they do, they're usually an issue. And so I'll get into the reasons that's the case. But so we're just going to kind of focus on, as Russ mentioned, permitting, inspection, and enforcement side of coal, how it differs from minerals, and how it differs in terms of board responsibilities for those items. This slide is just basically to give you an overview of where the coal mines are in Colorado. It's an older slide, but it does give a good representation of the coal regions in the state. They're identified in that gray area, so you can kind of get a good idea of where the coal mines are in Colorado. We'll get into the numbers, but we have one reclaimed site in the Denver region. Keensburg Mine is currently in reclamation, no longer producing. The rest of the sites are generally on the west slope, and then we do have a couple of sites down in the Raton Mesa, down south Colorado. Russ mentioned our statutory and regulatory authorities. For coal, the statute is 3433-101, and then the regulators promulgated under the statute is the Colorado Mine Land Reclamation Board for coal mining. That's a photo of the coal mine there at the Foydell Creek mine outside of Oak Creek and Steamboat Springs. I'll get into a little bit of the authority that the board has for coal, but in general, the biggest difference between coal and minerals is in coal, the division staff has direct authority for issuing permits and enforcement actions. We don't bring items in front of the board for approval. Usually the items coming before the board are appellants. It's an appellate board to address challenges or appeals to a division action, which would reverse or affirm or modify any decision that the staff made on a coal item. Biggest difference between coal and minerals in terms of statute and the authority by the board. One important item for coal is the coal program in general, and coal programs throughout the country were developed in states in response to the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act. That act was a federal law. In 1977 was approved. That act gave states the opportunity to develop their own programs. States could either, if they were a coal mining state, they could either create their own program or defer their program to the federal level. As you can imagine, no state deferred to the federal level, so they all created their own programs. And Colorado was one of those. Colorado's program was approved by approved under SMACRA in 1980. So that was the initiation of our Colorado coal program. We gained primacy once we established our statute and regulations. The Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act is regulated by an office under the Department of the Interior called the Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement. Because they don't have primacy on regulatory enforcement of coal in states, they are an oversight agency. So the reason why we have an oversight agency on the federal side is because we do regulation in the state on coal mining, both on private and federal lands. And so we receive funding from the Office of Surface Mining to operate our program. We have to provide a match, so our funding currently is based on the amount of federal lands we have in Colorado. We're currently at 79%, 21%, so that means that 79% of the lands in Colorado that are mined for coal or coal mining reclamation makes up 79% of our coal sites. 21% are private or state owned. So that's another big difference. We do receive funding from the federal level, in which minerals does not. It's a state funding mechanism. However, they aren't relegated to being oversighted by the federal government, which coal mining is. So another big difference, funding in the federal oversight capacity. A few stats. Same table that Russ sent out. This is strictly for coal. We currently have 67 sites in Colorado. That is 26 coal mines and 41 exploration sites. And those exploration sites are strictly for coal exploration. Of the 26 sites, only 6 of those sites are actively producing. The other 20 are in some form of reclamation. And I'll get into why those sites remain under our program for a substantial period of time. But as you can see, if you can go back to think back to Russ's chart. I think their number of acres permitted was about 200,000 around there for 1,300 sites. And we have 162,000 for, 67 sites. So obviously coal mines are much larger than the mineral sites, give or take a few sites. Cripple Creek and Victor is going to be much larger. Climax is going to be much larger, but a lot of the coal mines are relatively big. Last year, in terms of applications and modifications, added them together, it was about 52. We did 268 inspections on only 67 sites. We don't get a lot of citizens complaints in coal. Every once in a while, we do, those citizens complaints are generally not from citizens, they're from NGOs. And usually nationwide NGOs, Sierra Club, those bigger NGOs. But we don't get a lot. We try to head those off, and usually if it's a citizen's complaint from an NGO, it's like a nationwide issue. So they'll issue a citizen's complaint, probably every state that has a coal program. Doesn't mean we don't have to address it, but that's the reason for that. We did issue 3 NOVs or COs last year. On the acres reclaimed released, it was 167, and I'll get into that number. That number reflects the full release of coal mine disturbed acres that have been reclaimed last year. And that certainly doesn't reflect, it's not a cumulative total throughout our history, but it's just last year's total of a phase 3. And if you're questioning the phase 3, what's at phase 3, we'll get into that shortly. Financial warranty for active and exploration for coal is about 250 million for the 67 sites. As I said, there are currently 6 actively producing coal mines in Colorado. 4 are underground mines, 2 are surface mines. Last year's numbers is about 12.3 million tons of coal that Colorado produced. That gives, we rank about 8 to 10, give or take, in the nation. That's certainly a drop. As you can imagine, the environment in coal in Colorado is on the decline. But the industry still employs about 1,000 miners throughout the state. Performance bonds, as Russ mentioned, it's the same for coal as it is for minerals. Reclamation performance bonds are required for every operation, whether it's in reclamation or actively producing. And as I mentioned, we're about $250 million in coal mine reclamation performance bonds currently. Exact same slide you saw, Russ. It's identical the way we bond in the division for coal or mineral sites. It's basically worst case scenario, what it would cost the state to reclaim a site if they were to walk away. Super conservative. We include indirect costs, and it's based on the approved reclamation plan in the permit. So I'm going to get into basically what we do. As Russ mentioned, it's permitting, inspection, and enforcement for both programs. It's coal's a little different, but I just want to remind you, this is your training, and you don't see coal a lot, so feel free to interrupt if you have questions. I'm going to go through the permitting, inspection, and enforcement and what we do, and then I'll go through what the board's responsibilities on each of those items are. For permitting, for coal, we have 3 different types of revisions. We have a minor revision, which is basically just a minor modification to the permit. So I'll give you an example. That would be if you have a coal permit and they want to change some sort of pagination or text in the permit. No big deal. However, in coal, which is a little different than minerals, it's a living permit, which means if you're going to change one page in the permit, there's a revision to the permit and that page comes out, a new page goes in. So it's an active living permit. It doesn't just pile on top of each other. That old page is now gone. The new page is in there. So that's a minor revision. Doesn't involve much. Technical revisions, a little more in depth. There's a little bit more of a comment period associated with it. And those are also minor modifications, but they do include what we call a incidental boundary revision. So you can increase your boundary through a technical revision. But that boundary would only, that incidental boundary revision would only be reflected if there's not like additional coal being removed, those kind of things. And so it does require a little bit of a comment period. that's different from a minor revision. But it's shorter. Our ultimate, our largest revision and the most substantial and in-depth revision is a permit revision. That's a significant modification to the mining and reclamation operations of the permit. So it basically they're revising their mine plan. If they're revising their mine plan, they're revising their reclamation plan. And also, although it's not substantial, if there's a change to the post-mining land use, it revolves a permit revision. There's a substantial public participation process with that. It's certainly a much longer amount of public
I lost
comment
audio
periods.
if anyone else did.
Was there a question? No question. So the reason I have that delineated on the line delineating that is because technically in coal, we only have 3 revisions. You can only revise your permit under these 3 categories. However, we also have other quote unquote revisions. They don't technically revise the permit. So one of those is a bond release. So if an operator comes in and wants to get some of their bond release, they could submit to us a bond release. That doesn't revise the permit. It's just an application to revise or to release some bonds or liability. We internally with the division call it a revision, but it's not necessarily a revision. Another one is a permit renewal. So a permit renewal in coal is every permit is approved for 5 years. And under coal rules, every coal mine has the right of successive renewal, which means your permit automatically renews every 5 years. The minimal amount that you have to do is just submit an application to us that says, hey, we want to renew our permit for another 5 years. There are some timeframes on it, but ultimately, if you can get that submitted to us by the appropriate deadline, then it's going to be renewed. And our process will take, the process to renew in terms of the division is we review that entire permit and make sure that everything is where it's supposed to be. Everything is accurate. Everything is still up to date. If something needs to be changed during the renewal process, you have to revert back to one of the other revisions because you can't change your permit through the renewal process. It can only be changed through the revision process. The next one is a midterm review. That midterm review is the only item that the division initiates. So by rule in coal, every 2.5 years, a permit needs to be reviewed for any kind of experimental practices. And under coal, there are certain experimental practices, for example, or variances in contemporaneous reclamation. Steep slope mining would be an experimental practice. If a mine has proposed to conduct any of those types of operations, we're required to look at that every 2.5 years. In addition to reviewing the permit, every 2.5 years by rule in coal, we have to do a site-wide cost estimate revision. So a cost estimate has to be redone to ensure that the most up-to-date costs are reflective in what's permitted. So in coal, any permit, the site-wide cost estimate is updated every 2.5 years. It's updated with the midterm review. It's initiated by the division and it's updated during the permit renewal, which is done every 5 years. So through the midterm review process that's initiated by the division, then we can if we find something that needs to be updated, we can request a revision be submitted. If in fact we update the cost estimate and the cost increase, then we go to the surety increase, which is another internal type revision. And that's the process that initiates the requirement for the operator to submit to us additional bond. And then finally, succession of operators is basically a transfer or succession of the operators of the permit. So those 5 revisions aren't really revisions to the permit, but they are actions the division must take that could trigger a revision, and we refer to them as revisions internally. So with the permitting, like I said, revisions to the permit, there's a robust public participation process. Technical revisions and permit revisions And really, I'll just tell you, most everything that Cole does, there's an opportunity for an informal conference on everything. And so for a technical revision and a permit revision, an informal conference can be asked for or requested by an interested party, whether that be the operator, a member of the public, an NGO, another agency can ask for an informal conference, but that would be done prior to the division's proposed decision. So on technical revisions and permit revisions, the division proposes decisions. So we say we're proposing a decision to approve an action. And then whatever the comment period is for that proposed decision, whether it's a technical revision is 10 days, permit revision is 30 days, anybody can comment during the proposed decision. If in fact somebody objects to the proposed decision, that comes before the board, the objection. So basically they would be objecting to our proposed decision. Then the board would make a decision to affirm, uphold, modify the proposed decision by the division. And that would be done prior to the issuance. So if in fact, just an example, we have a permit revision, someone objected to that, we would come before the board, we would do the thing, and then if the board upheld our decision, the board would have to make a finding. Once the finding is done, the division would then issue the decision. If the board modifies it, if the board reverses the proposed decision, then we would have to go back and review it. If there's not an objection, then the division, after the comment period, 10 days for permit revision, let's say, the division then issues the decision under their authority.
How do people know that these revisions are happening?
Sure. So I'll just use a permit revision because it's the most robust. Permit revisions get submitted to the division. Once it's submitted to the division would have 10 days to find that complete. It's similar to a minerals permit. During the completeness, once it's found complete, there's a public notice that goes out. It offers an appropriate time frame to provide comments to the action. The division would have, under a permit revision, 120 days to review the permit revision, take into account all the comments. During that process, it's iterative, as you can imagine. During that process, anybody who provided comments, they wouldn't be really objections. A lot of times they do provide objections, but they're not objecting to anything because we haven't made a decision. So it's generally, we look at them as comments. Somebody provides a comment during that comment period, we have the opportunity, or they request an informal conference. They can, or we can provide them an opportunity for an informal conference. We would have an informal conference, which would we would sit down and kind of do what we did. We would work out with whoever provided those comments and try to alleviate any issues they have. That's really by design under Cole. An informal conference is to just not have objections. And so we run through that, everything's noticed. Once we issue our proposed decision, it runs a public notice, and anybody that provided comments or attended an informal conference is automatically part of the process now. They're notified about everything. And that's ultimately how they would be notified. If someone, let's say a landowner, is notified of our proposed decision at the proposed decision, then we've probably done something wrong.
Yeah.
We didn't notify somebody was missed. Under Cole, that's generally not the case. We cover the gambit under Cole. Other agencies, by rule, it's not something we choose to do. It's by statute.
Right.
Yeah, everybody's notified. And so that's kind of the process on the public participation process for revisions under Cole. So that's the board's responsibility for TRs and PRs. For minor revisions, they're a little different, and the minor revision is different in so much as we don't issue a proposed decision. Under minor revisions, we just issue that decision. We don't have a proposed decision process. So a minor revision is, like I said, super minor. If someone has an issue with the minor revision, we probably need to revisit whether it's a minor revision or not. Generally, if somebody has an issue with a minor revision, it's because they believe it should be a higher level of revision. It should be a technical revision or a permit revision. And I believe maybe 3 years ago, we had an item in front of the board that was a minor revision. And that was the problem. Like, they thought that it should rise to the level actually of a permit revision. And the division felt like it should be a minor revision. So you can imagine the miscommunication there in terms of what the process should be. And ultimately, that's what it was. It was a lack of understanding of our process in terms of the different type of revisions. But on a minor revision, once we make our decision, even if someone during the process provides a comment, disagrees, we will issue that. If we believe that they're in compliance with our rules, we're going to issue it. And then they would then appeal our decision to the board. So that would be the one case of an appeal on a revision, would be a minor revision after we've already issued the revision. So that's kind of the board's process on the revisions. On those other items, for example, renewals, midterms, and bond releases, board's responsibility, this is another responsibility that would go directly to the board, would be on a permit renewal. So a permit renewal, as I said, is every 5 years. If in fact a permit or permittee for some reason had a violation or an active cessation of operations or something of that nature, and it kept carrying on and carrying on and carrying on, or they had a deficiency in their permit based on our review of the renewal and they never addressed it, well, the division could then deny it. However, that denial doesn't come from the division. It comes from the board. So if the division chooses to deny, we can't make that decision. And that's how important renewals are. Once we deny a renewal, you lose your coal permit. And as you can imagine, coal permits are extremely difficult to approve or get approved. So on a renewal, if we choose to deny a renewal, we would bring that in front of the board and ask the board then to deny it based on whatever reason we're denying it. So that would be the one decision that the board would have in a coal action, would be a permit renewal denial. Approval, we do that on the staff level, but the denial would be a board's decision. They would have to make a finding, a written finding as to why they're denying it. So, in a midterm review, which would fall into a surety increase, as I said, as most with everything, informal conference is provided to anybody. And then also someone could ask for a formal hearing based on to the board. So if we initiate a surety increase, $1 million, and the operator believes that $1 million is wrong, they can then ask for a formal hearing in front of the board to explain why they believe it's wrong. So that would be the opportunity there on the midterm. And then the last one on the bond release, I'll get into that because bond release, I'm not going to get into the details of bond releases because it doesn't really affect you, but it's substantially different than minerals, the coal bond release process. So bond release process is an application process. Once an operator believes that they have achieved reclamation on a certain portion of their site, they can ask for a bond release. Every coal mine in Colorado is under a 10-year liability period. So, which that means that the minute that the first seeding goes in the ground on a reclamation site, it's 10 years before you can get your money back on that site in full. And so that's our 10-year liability period in Colorado. And that 10-year liability period is based on the amount of rainfall we get in Colorado. In the East Coast, it's 5 years. As you can imagine, they put seed in the ground and a year later they have grass everywhere. So under the bond release process for coal, we have a phase release process, which is a phase 1, 2, and 3. We have 3 phases. If you achieve phase 1, you'll get 60% of that associated bond back. Phase 2 is 85%. Phase 3 is 15%. And then ultimately, when you achieve phase 3, you can get termination of the division's jurisdiction on that portion of land. Phase 1 is backfilling and grading to approximate original contour. So if you're out, you have a disturbed area and you backfill and regrade that area to approximately what the contour was prior to mining, you'll get 60% of your bond back. Second phase is the establishment of vegetation to ensure that you're preventing erosion. So that's basically vegetative cover, topsoil establishment, and any kind of erosion control. you'll get 85% of the total bond back. And finally, phase 3, you'll get the final 15% of your bond back if you achieve vegetation success standards for that particular mine on that particular area. And that's cover, diversity, woody stems, shrub establishment. Every site's different, but it's pretty substantial. There's 2 years worth of veg data you have to do. That's usually year 9 and 10. So it's a pretty robust requirement to get your bond back on a coal site. You have a lot of reclamation responsibilities in terms of backfilling, regrading erosion, preventing erosion, and revegetation establishment. So
And you didn't mention it, but I'm assuming noxious weeds can be
absolutely,
allowed.
yeah, every coal site has a weed management plan throughout the life of their operation. And then certainly, we have, I think it's 3% on any given area can be made up of noxious weeds. So you can imagine on a 1,000-acre spot, 3% isn't very much. You know, they're not going to eliminate, but there's not going to be a lot of noxious weeds out there. During a bond release process, there's a robust stakeholder participation. Any objections, they would request another informal conference. We would try to work through those. Then on our proposed decision, we issue proposed decision on bond releases. They can request for a hearing in front of the board, which the board would affirm, reverse, or modify our decision. A few pictures. Here's backfilling and grading at one of our sites. This is what it would look like at phase 1. You'd get 60% of your bond back for backfilling and grading. Exact same site. This is phase 2. This is topsoil redistribution and vegetative covers. So you can see there's there on, I guess it would be the right drainage. There's a new drainage. There's a few drainage reestablishment, some cover. And then phase 3, this is the final phase 3 revegetation success. The same site. This is what it looked like when we released it from phase 3. So that's kind of the process. This was a surface mine up, I think it's Seneca 2, maybe Yost, one of those sites up in Rock County. This is just a picture of the Yost mine, a photo during mining and a photo after reclamation of the exact same spot. You can imagine they conduct pretty robust reclamation in order to get that bond back. Next portion of it is inspection. I will just start off by saying the board doesn't really have responsibility for coal mine inspections other than approving the forms that our inspection reports are on. So if we change our forms, then we would come to the board and ask the board to approve the form change or modification. But I'll just go over real quick. It's a little different than minerals. We conduct partial inspections and complete inspections. Those are the only type of inspections that are required under our rules for normal inspection and enforcement program. A partial inspection is an average of 1 partial inspection per month at every mine site. So that's 8 per year. And then that partial inspection is an on-site review of some or part of permit conditions. So that might be a case where we'll go out during spring runoff and inspect ponds. You know, that we'll just inspect some part of that permit. A complete inspection is conducted 4 per year, 1 per calendar quarter, and that's an on-site review of all the permit conditions and requirements. So we'll go out, it'll take a few days, depending on the site, and we look at everything. Now, it's not a substantial in-depth review, but it's a look at everything. So if we're looking at ponds, we're going to go out and make sure it's just a cursory review of the ponds, because we just can't be out there for a year looking at one site. But a lot of times partial inspections will be super focused, super in-depth on one particular item, whether it's topsoil, hydrology. The complete inspections and an overview of the entire site for the permit conditions. So we're conducting at every mine site, we're conducting 12 inspections per year. In coal, different from minerals, these inspections occur on an irregular basis and without notice. So they're unannounced, unaccompanied inspections. We'll just go out there during normal business hours and conduct an inspection. Other inspections that we have, type of inspections, which either fall under the category of a partial or a complete inspection. We do aerial inspections. We work with the State Patrol. This is coal and minerals and really the whole division. We work with State Patrol. We fly and take pictures of the sites. Brock Bowles with the division and Hunter Ridley with the division go up and take pictures, and then we can use those as an inspection. Those would be counted as a partial inspection. A citizen's request, someone could just ask us to do an inspection. They don't have to have a reason. they would have to justify why they believe we should go out there. But it's usually based on a potential for some sort of violation or an imminent harm. So that would count as also as a partial inspection. A bond release inspection, we're required on those bond releases that within 30 days of the application, we'll go out, we'll do the inspection to ensure that whatever they submitted in their application reflects what's on the ground. That's a bond release inspection. That counts also as a partial inspection. And then finally, there is an opportunity to reduce down that 12 inspections a year. And that's a reduced inspection frequency by rule. You can do that if your mine's in inactive status. So that's a permanent cessation or temporary cessation. Permanent cessation is a site is strictly in reclamation. There's nothing going on out there. We're just waiting for the 10-year liability of the grass to grow. Temporary cessation is the mine could produce, it could reclaim, it's currently there, everything's fine, but they're not producing for whatever reason, and they're not reclaiming for whatever reason. So temporary cessation comes and goes. So a site could start reclaiming, we'll take them out of temporary cessation, start inspecting all the time, and they'll say, oh, we're not going to do that anymore. We'll pull them out and inspect it. But the usually on a reduced inspection frequency for permanent cessation or temporary cessation is still 4 complete inspections a year. So on an abandoned site, which is a site that we've revoked the permit on, we usually do 2 inspections a year at those sites. But those sites are generally have been reclaimed, and we're just waiting to kind of get it cleaned up. And like I said, there's a public participation process with the reduced inspection frequency. We have to notice, we have to make a findings as to why we're reducing the inspections, and that then has to be approved. And like I said, the board approves all the forms of those inspections. And then the big one for us is enforcement, and for the board's responsibilities enforcement. So we have a notice of violation, and as I mentioned, on coal, staff has the authority to issue these violations. So we have a notice of violation, which is a violation of the act, rules, permit conditions, and it does not cause or will not cause imminent harm or danger. That's a violation. It can be administrative. So if we go into the permit and we find out that, for example, something doesn't match up, whether it's ownership or control, it doesn't. So that could be an administrative violation, doesn't have to be an on the ground violation. Every violation has a fixed abatement time frame. And then, of course, any extension to those timeframes, they can appeal those to the board. Let's say, for example, they get a violation. They can't abate it by a certain amount of time. We've given them an extension, then they come back in and ask for another extension, and we deny that extension. They can appeal that decision to the board for that extension. So that provides the board some authority there. And then also there's an informal public hearing. Everything has an informal hearing. We try to get these things cleared up before they make it to you guys. So, so that's a violation. Cessation order is basically the same thing. It's a violation of act and rules, but it does have the potential to cause or will cause imminent harm. So in that's the case, we'll issue a cessation of a cessation order for that particular area. It might be for the whole mine, could be just for a particular area. And then we can also issue a cessation order for a failure to abate an NOV. So if somebody has a violation and you've given them some abatement steps and some deadlines and they don't do that, then we can issue a cessation order for the mine for failure to abate the violation. As with the violation, we have a fixed abatement time frame. Any extensions could be appealed before the board. And then it's an automatic informal conference or an informal public hearing on a CO. It's automatic unless whoever's receiving the CO waives that informal public hearing request. So if they don't waive it, it'll be automatic whether they show up or not. And that's a cessation order. A show cause order, and then this is all leading to revocation of a permit, which is very unusual in coal, but it does happen. We've had a few in front of the board. So now we're at a show cause order, and a show cause order is based on a pattern of violations, whether it's a CO or just a standard NOV. And that's if you, for example, received 3 different violations within 12 months, or you received the same violation a period of time over 2 months. And the division would then determine if that constitutes a pattern of violation. If it constitutes a pattern of violations, then the division will issue a show cause order, which basically is what it says. Please show us why we should not revoke or terminate or suspend this permit. And as you can imagine, there's substantial timeframes associated with that. And we could, as noted here, any violations that were willfully caused by the permittee, so they actually knew what they were doing when they did something. But, you know, and as you can imagine, a lot of violations aren't willfully caused, but they can be. If that happens, we can immediately go to a show cause as to why we shouldn't revoke the permit based on that decision. And then finally, a part of enforcement, all civil penalties are determined at the division level, at the staff level. They're through a third-party assessment officer. So generally what we'll do is if we write a violation, we determine a civil penalty, we'll determine there needs to be a civil penalty. We'll ask another member of the division, usually a third party who's not associated with that particular coal mine or that particular site, to come up with the amount of civil penalty would be appropriate. And under coal, we have an actual system for determining that assessment of penalty. So that system is based on history of the application, seriousness, fault, and good faith. So we look at those things in the statute and the rule, and we make a determination, or the civil penalty assessment officer makes a determination, well, that's going to be $3,000. Then we have a civil penalty assessment hearing. They agree or disagree. And then whatever we agree upon, that's the number. And then we also have a daily amount. So whatever we don't have to enforce the daily penalty, but we can. And that's part of the civil penalty. So that all happens at the staff level, the civil penalty assessment. Now, in terms of the board on enforcement, that would be a request for a hearing by whoever gets either the violation, the CO, or it could be an interested party. They would request a hearing before the board. And that's, like I said, any person that's issued a NOV, cessation order, show cause order, has received a fixed civil penalty or an assessed civil penalty. The board is required, if that's the case, to do their own investigation. The board can reach out to staff, just like minerals, we're staff to the board, and request the staff to do an investigation and outline what that investigation should entail. So that's the board's responsibility. In terms of the decision by the board on an NOV or a CO, the board would then issue a findings of fact and a written decision affirming, modifying, vacating, or terminating the seat of the NOV or the CO. And in addition, the board has the ability to provide temporary relief to the operator. If there's some extenuating circumstance, they would bring that to the board, and the board has the opportunity to provide a little temporary relief if they choose. That's at the board's authority. The decision on a show cause order, the board would have a written decision and include the reasons concerning the suspension or revocation of the permit. So on a show cause order, when we come in front of the board on a show cause and say, hey, we believe the board should revoke or suspend this permit for these reasons, then the board has to make a written decision and the reasons why the board feels that permit should be revoked, suspended, or not revoked or suspended, or provided some temporary relief. So that's the board's responsibility on a show cause order. Fixed civil penalty. The board's decision would be to make a finding if someone comes in front of the board on a fixed civil penalty, which a fixed civil penalty, let me just back up. A fixed civil penalty is when the penalty is $1,000. That's it. There's no civil penalty assessment. There's no discussion as to why it is what it is. That's a fixed civil penalty, and we have discretion to do that as a staff. If someone disagrees, they can come in front of the board. The board would then have to make a finding and a written decision as to the amount of the civil penalty. So you would either $1,000 is too much, actually $5,000 is plenty. Like that would be the board's decision requirement under a fixed civil penalty if an individual chose to come in front of the board and disagree with the division. On an assessed civil penalty, what that is when we have a civil penalty assessment conference, that person assesses the penalty. say, well, I'm assessing $3,500 based on all the information that I gathered, based on the division. That person still wants to come in front of the board. The board would then have a hearing, generate a findings, a written decision, and that decision would affirm to decrease or increase the proposed penalty. And so that assessment is a proposed penalty. The board can, revise that penalty, either increasing or decreasing it, or affirming what the division chose to do, or the civil penalty assessment officer chose. So that's kind of the board's responsibility on any of those decisions, NOVs, COs, show cause orders, and civil penalties, whether it be fixed or assessed. Next is the revocation process. That revocation process is initiated by the show cause order. So there has to be a show cause order provided by the division to run through that process before the division could then come to the board and ask for revocation of the permit or suspension of the permit. Generally, it's for revocation. For the most part, if we come in front of the board for revocation of a permit, it's a permit that the operator chose voluntarily to walk away. Their bond is more than it would cost to reclaim. For example, in coal, we have a requirement that you have to have $10,000 bond regardless. So if someone has a site that's only an acre and it only costs $2,000 to reclaim, that person might say, I'm done with this site. I'm never mining again. Go ahead and revoke it because it costs more for them to keep it than it would otherwise. Now, if we have a site that goes into bankruptcy, dissolves, and no reclamation's been done, and we have a giant coal mine sitting out there, then we'll run through this entire process on the show cause order. That would be the only other instance where we would come in front of the board and ask for revocation of a site. During that board hearing on revocation, anyone can come, whether an interested party, but everybody's an interested party. So whether it be the bankruptcy, whether it be attorneys, whether it be an individual who's wanting to purchase the mine and wanting to not have it in revocation, because as I said, once it goes into revocation, you lose that coal mine. So if anybody's interested in buying it or opening it back up, it's probably in their best interest to not have it revoked. So in that case, most likely what will happen is someone would come in front of the board wanting to purchase the mine, not having all their stuff together, and ask the board to suspend the permit, not revoke it. So I could see that happening, but those are the instances in which the board would have to revoke a permit. But that's the board's responsibility. We would bring the show cause order to you. You would then choose to either revoke or suspend the permit based on the information that we can provide. And then following that, of course, is forfeiture of the remaining bonds. So now with forfeiture, the board would write, as part of the revocation process, the division would most likely ask for forfeiture. The board would write a written determination and the reasons why the bond should be forfeited, and that decision will be final. That decision would be what would go to the surety companies to get the bond back. It would be the decision on the board. There could be instances in which a site is revoked, but the bond's not forfeited. And the coal rules allow the surety to conduct reclamation. So if in fact we revoke the site, the surety has an opportunity to come in and say, okay, I don't want you to forfeit my bond. So we're going to conduct the reclamation. What they would do then is provide to the division and the board a kind of a reclamation plan of how they're going to do it. We would approve it and make sure that it gets done right. But we would still have the opportunity to forfeit the bond if something goes wrong. If the surety goes out there and it's just a mess, or we can't approve it, or they walk away, then we can still have that bond to forfeit. So that would be an instance in which we would revoke the site, but not forfeit the bond. But generally we would revoke and forfeit. And then, as Russ mentioned, our AML program, our IMP program would conduct the reclamation at the mine site with the forfeited bonds. So before I move on, are there any questions on the board's responsibility for coal. Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
I have a couple of questions. Where is the coal used that comes out of the mines in Colorado?
Sure. So, different places. As of right now, we still have the Craig Power Station operating up in Craig. So a couple of coal mines feed the Craig station. That station is supposed to basically go away by 2030. So those two coal mines are a point source for that station. So those two coal mines will be starting final reclamation. The Boydell Creek mine feeds the Hayden Power Station, which doesn't have a closure date that I'm aware of, or if it does, it's been moved. So the majority of the sites in Colorado, of the 6 producing mine sites in Colorado, 4 of those sites feed their point source coal mines to a power plant. One site, the West Elk mine, it goes to export. They do spot feed some power plants, but most of their coal goes to export, goes to rail and is exported out. And then we have the King Coal mine, which is down in Hesperus, Colorado. That mine is solely used for concrete production. So it's owned by GCC, which is a concrete producer. So they use that mine to feed their concrete plants.
So when I see coal going up and down I-25, it's going south.
Sure.
Where's that going?
Yeah, that's Wyoming coal, most
That's what?
likely. Wyoming coal.
And
On
that's
I-25.
Wyoming coal.
That's right.
And
Yeah.
where is that going?
I don't know. I have no idea. It's probably going to export. It might be going to feed a power station somewhere, but I don't know. You can kind of tell if you see a Burlington Northern Santa Fe train, that's Wyoming coal. If you see a Union Pacific train,
That's
it's
Colorado.
Colorado coal. Yeah,
So the other question, I have a couple more questions.
sure. Yeah.
You see these different coal fires, and I think most of them are in Pennsylvania.
Huh.
We don't have anything like that, do we?
We do. We have a number of coal fires. And actually, in April, Jeff Graves, the IMP program, when he briefs the board, he will probably go in depth on the coal fires in Colorado. We have a number of them. They're all, of course, the coal fires in Colorado are all at abandoned mines or what we call pre-law sites. So as I mentioned, the 1977 law, SMACRA. So everything prior to 1977, we refer to as pre-law. And that's generally the coal fires you see burning in the country. Anything post 1977, there's no coal fires on those sites.
So
Say, Bill, if you're interested, on the division's website, there's links to various reports and updates on the coal mine fires burning throughout the state. I think there's 34-ish.
I think 34 is
There's a priority of those coal mines, and some history on them. Just right on the DRS website.
So have some of these been burning since 1977?
Oh, before, well before.
Well before.
Yeah.
And what do we do about them?
Well, I'll just, just to steal some of Jeff's thunder in April. The Infrastructure Improvement and Jobs Act, bipartisan infrastructure bill, provided money to states, coal producing states that have AML, which is abandoned mine land programs, to address coal related issues. And so Colorado, and Jeff will speak about the funds, but it's in tune about $10 million a year that Colorado receives. And that money is generally utilized to work on mine fires. In the past, prior to this funding, coal mine fires in Colorado were kind of just a maintenance thing.
Kind of what?
Kind of just maintenance. If you had a fire burning, you just wanted to maintain it, didn't want it to spread because they're very, very expensive to extinguish. But now that we have this influx of federal funding to the tune of $10 million a year, the majority of that funding is going to mine fires. So now we can have the opportunity to extinguish the fires rather than just maintain. So that's kind of what we do. And that's a big part of Jeff's group does have a separate little team that just does mine fires.
So, and my last question is, of this production, this coal production, how much revenue does that generate for the state of Colorado?
I'm not quite sure. I mean, every coal mine is responsible for, there's certain reclamation fees they have to pay. but all of severance tax, the tax that coal mines produce goes into severance tax. So it's fairly substantial. So that severance tax, as the environment of coal mining in Colorado decreases, so does the severance tax provided by the coal mines.
So it is a tax. Is it per ton or is it?
It's per ton. That's right. I don't know exactly what it is. And also coal mines, in addition to that requirement for the state of Colorado, if they're mining federal coal, which is generally the case in all coal mines, it's federal coal. They also are required to
Pay a federal tax.
pay a lease percentage. So they lease the coal. Usually it's around 12%. And that dips down, and it's a lot is based on production and conditions. That can go down to 6%. It could stay at 12.
So it's a substantial source of revenue, both for the federal government and for the state of
Very
Colorado.
substantial. Yeah.
You would think that they would have spent some money to try to put out the fires that have been going since 1977.
Yeah. Well,
So they had a lot of money coming in.
That's right. And so I mentioned the reclamation fund, the reclamation fee. So every active producing coal mine pays into a reclamation fee. That reclamation fee gets distributed to all the states, including ours, depending on how much coal you have in Colorado. So,
okay.
So our AML program, when I mentioned the $10 million a year, well, that just happened 3 years ago. Prior to that, we have what's called the Coal Reclamation Fund. And that was their grant. They would get a fee grant, and that's what that was, the reclamation fee grant. So all that money goes into the Office of Surface Mining, Reclamation Enforcement. They look at your state, determine how much coal you have in your state, and that's how much money they give you to support your program. So prior to
we're number 8 in the
that's
nation.
right. Yeah.
We're going to get
prior to the influx of bill funding, our AML program got about $2.5 to $3 million a year to fund their program. Now they get, and they still get that, but now they get the extra $10 million a year. So now they're at about $13 million a year for coal related projects. So it's really gonna make a dent on the coal mine fires in Colorado. Oh, for sure. Yeah, we've already extinguished the Marshall Fire. Has just been announced as extinguished. Whereas before it was just like, we got to maintain it. We don't want it to spread. Now they've extinguished the whole thing, but it's a substantial cost. But now we have the money to do it. So I think they'll make a dent. But we have, like Jeff said, we have 30 or so burning. So it's quite the work. But they have a whole team that just is focused on coal mine fires in the state.
Bill, actually, Fox 31 had a news clip and stuff last night, and they ran it today, and it's on their website. And talking about the Marshall Fire and how it's out, but it's a 100-year underground fire near Boulder is extinguished. But if you look on the website and stuff there, they had Tara Tappy talks a little bit about it. And they have an aerial showing them back filling that in and stuff there. But it's been in the news and stuff off and on and stuff in the last 6 months as they've worked through that project.
Yeah. Any other questions on coal? Yeah.
Unrelated,
Okay.
sort of. I'm just curious, where's the authority for health of miners?
That's a great segue, Karin. I'm just gonna just move right into that. So with the division also, we have our mine safety and training program. That program, not technically, but it's under my program. So it's a separate program that we have under the coal regulatory program. And this program conducts mine safety and mine rescue courses for the mining industry in Colorado. Those trainings and courses meet the requirements of the Mine Safety and Health Administration's parts 46, 48, and 49, which are underground mining, surface mining, and forget the other one. But those are federal regulations. The Mine Safety and Health Administration is a federal agency. So they provide our mine safety and training program funding to conduct these trainings, these safety trainings, and the certifications. As you can see, we train or assist on average about 4,500 miners a year, which is pretty substantial. The mine safety and training program also conducts mine rescue contests. So miners can come in and do their contests on rescue training. And we go out and we help other states. They also, the mine safety and training program also certifies blasters, does blasting certification for the state. So if you're a mine blaster, you'll be certified through the division. What they don't do is the actual mine safety regulation. They do not regulate mining. That's an MSHA thing that's done at the federal level. But we do the training and the certifications for miners in Colorado. And then the last thing we do, our mine safety and training program is responsible for regulating tourist mines. So, you know, there were some questions on the Molly Kathleen. That was our group. We do have a set of regulations, but those regulations are strictly focused on the actual health and safety of employees and the public in the mines. And those are hazards, fall hazards, your general safety stuff, floor support, lighting, electrical, because MSHA doesn't regulate tourist mines. And so we have it in our statute to regulate tourist mines. So that's another item that the mine safety and training program does, one of their issues. And also, as part of the mine safety and training program, we have our second board that's under the division. Of course, we have this board, the Mineland Reclamation Board, but we also have the Coal Mine Board of Examiners. And this board is responsible for examination, training, and certification of mine foremen, fire bosses, blasters, electricians. So they put together the tests, the board puts together the tests, then they administer the testing, and then they grade the testing. And then they are responsible for ensuring that if the tests are completed successfully, that those folks are certified in the state. The board differs from this board in that they meet quarterly to do those things. They actually have a board meeting on Friday this week. This will be their first board meeting, and similar to this board, the board members are appointed by the governor and confirmed, and they serve 4-year terms. They could be extended. So that's the mine safety. Any questions? There's for mine safety. Really, this was informational. The Mineland Reclamation Board really has no duties for the mine safety and training program. So we just wanted to kind of tell you that they're there and what they do, and mention your kind of counterpart board under the division. So, yes, any questions on the mine safety program? No. Any questions online? No. Anybody? Okay. That's it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, if you'll give me 5 minutes, I'll flow through this and then we'll be done, and then maybe we can have lunch and then vote.
Perfect.
Entertain you for the afternoon.
We will start the timer.
So to wrap this up, we just would like to kind of tell you a little bit about what, you know, the division staff is your staff. We're staff to the board. So we wanted to take the time and stuff to just let you know a few of the things and stuff that were accomplished in 2024. Here a couple of years ago, when we started talking about consolidating coal and minerals, we came up with what's called working groups. And what the working groups and stuff do is they focus in on specific areas of expertise. Most of these working groups and stuff are headed up by one of the seniors, as well as one of our EPS 3s, who is the staff authority, if you will, on that. But it's an opportunity and stuff for that for other staff members and stuff to be involved in a group to learn more and maybe further their own interests and stuff in these particular areas. This year and stuff, the Vegetation Task Force, they did 3 weed identification trainings and stuff. They also conducted some coal bond release revegetation monitoring review training, which is important on the phased release Jason was talking about. Brock Bowles is our Vegetation 3. He taught some sections at the national level at the Office of Surface Mining and Reclamation and stuff for the soils and revegetation class. And he also is the leader and stuff of this group and they also held a class actually that was held here in Colorado. We have a surface water task force. Their big accomplishment and stuff for 2024 was coming up with a floodplain protection standards for sand and gravel pits adjacent to rivers and perennial streams. That was done in February. Actually, that group and stuff looked at what the counties had done and stuff as far as floodplain protections and everything else. So we worked really close and stuff to make sure that our guidance and stuff there is along the stuff with federal and other local floodplain protections. The groundwater task force, they issued an updated groundwater monitoring, sampling, and analysis plan. This is in particular stuff important for construction materials and hard rock and stuff and that. So trying to upgrade those guidances and stuff to help both with the quality and quantity of our groundwater. And we worked with CSSGA and CMA and stuff that the industrial groups and stuff. We had conversations with them and stuff on those and stuff as they were moving forward. We have a tech force. They built out a couple of training videos in that to help with some of the tech stuff that we use and stuff, and from levels of stuff from beginners to advanced. One of the things and stuff the geotech tech force did and stuff with that is they looked at the tailings dam new application review checklist. If we have a mine coming in that's talking about tailings dam, there's international standards. We also work with the dam safety division and stuff here in the state. But we ensure and stuff that are the tailings ponds and stuff like that are reviewed, engineered and stuff like that. And we have a checklist and stuff in that now, where before it didn't exist. So we can ensure and stuff that when we're reviewing that, we're trying to meet international standards and stuff as well as our own. We also did some training and presentations and stuff to staff regarding, foundational geotechnical engineering principles, especially when it comes to applications. You saw some of that this morning and stuff when we were talking about safety factors and those kind of things, so that staff understands just as much what it means and stuff and that for those safety factors. And then our cost estimating task force, I mentioned that Amy will probably be here sometime in the spring. She took over that position from Zach, who when he moved up to senior, but we did a lot of work and stuff on demolition hours. It was something that was on the checklist of stuff that needed to be looked at. They were the basis for them and stuff was a little inadequate and stuff, but they did a huge lift and stuff there to get some of those regs and stuff in that, or the calculations and stuff behind that and stuff up to date. Of course, we do our annual update in every July. Cersei's program is updated, which is a huge lift. Zach did that, double duty and stuff, but you have to go in and update everything. They use all sorts of resources, CAT resource, RMS meetings, books and other things and stuff to update that to account for inflation and everything. And then the coal bond release staff training, of course, and stuff was there in that to help with the bond release calculations and process. So, and finally, what's ahead of us for what we see and stuff coming up this year? As you know, there is a bill before the legislature. Michael and I will have a discussion with you in an update next month. It hasn't quite dropped just yet, but it could be any day now. We've been working with a lot of stakeholders and stuff since actually last June, July, or whatever, when this really took off and that, but we're close. Our sponsors and stuff and that are happy with the progress and stuff that we've done and stuff in engaging all the stakeholders. And if everything goes to plan and that with the legislation and stuff, we'll be looking at rulemaking in the fall or at this time next year. So, and the idea there is to implement the legislation, update both sets of rules for continuity, as well as maybe taking a look at our notice review processes and making sure and stuff that those are updated and consistent, so that there's less confusion between the two acts and rules and stuff when it goes there. when we get to a point here, sometime here in the spring, or early summer, it's my intention and stuff to come before you, and we will have a presentation on rulemaking so that you all have an understanding and stuff of what's ahead. It's a process, and I have a working group on that. It's separate from everything else and stuff, but we're working on that right now so that we can get some rough drafts and stuff together. But it's important and stuff for the board to understand the process and also understand what the division's doing and stuff in that, as far as reaching out to stakeholders and making sure that everybody's involved in that process. And with that, Madam Chair, we are done with our section, and we can turn it over to the attorneys and stuff in that whenever you're ready.
Questions? Thank you very much to both of you for the very thorough training. Questions for the staff before we adjourn? We move to before we adjourn. Going once. All right. So, and there is no public comment. Yeah, let's process for that. Okay, all right, so we are. Need a motion?
Yeah,
Take a break, or
and
do we do that afterwards?
it kind of whatever you want to do, what makes sense. There's lunch. I'm happy to, like, if we wanted to take time, so now and Doug can grab food. I'm happy to do the training while you all eat. Hopefully legal topics won't turn your appetite, but we'll do our best to make sure we don't sour you off your lunch, but kind of whatever. It's up to the board if you want to just have your lunch and enjoy it and then go into executive session for the legal side of the training afterwards.
I
Kind of whatever.
just assume you can listen at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, do we need to adjourn out of this?
Chuck might have something to eat.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to, I guess it probably makes sense to maybe take a break, let everybody grab lunch, and then we can come back and go into executive session and do the logistics for that, and then
Okay, we will take a 10-minute. Yeah. 10-minute break to, so be back at 5 to the hour. So grab some lunch and get ready for 18 to 17. What's that, 15?
Yes, you can go use the bathroom, stretch a little bit, and then start a workout.
All right, we'll start again at 1 o'clock. We will see you folks then. That's fine. All right, the last item on our agenda today is to go into an executive session. Do I hear a motion?
Yes. I'm going to go into executive session.
I second.
Well,
Do we
Bill,
need to say the whole
yeah, we
thing?
actually have to
Have to restate.
say the magic words.
Oh. I move that the board enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing with council disputes that are subject to or pending or imminent court action, discussing specific claims or grievances, receiving legal action, advice on specific legal questions, and discussing matters required to be kept confidential pursuant to the Colorado Revised Statutes, section 24-6-402, 3A 11 included, to receive legal advice for the purpose of compliance with section 24.3.7-102 CRS and regarding hearing procedure.
All right, thank you. Do I hear a second on the motion?
I second that motion.
Take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The minutes will reflect that this passed unanimously with the board decision. And we will now go into executive session, so please